Hi, I just wanted to make sure you can hear me. This is on my phone. I'm gonna go in the room. Make sure you can hear everything in there fine as well.
I can hear you, Bianca, and I actually heard Frank before. So
Oh, you
I,
did?
yeah, but we'll check it when you get in there again. But I can
Okay.
hear you just fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Council member Johnson, can you hear me?
Yep,
Okay,
I can hear
great.
you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I'm gonna have to actually turn you up some, but let me see. Okay, say something again.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm here.
Okay, I can kind of hear you, but it might be just because there's, other people speaking right now. So, and if
Okay.
I can't, then I'll manually do it. Don't worry.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay,
Bianca.
you're welcome.
Hello.
Town Manager Zudema? Town Manager Zudema, ready to go? Good. Okay. Good evening. I call this May 28th meeting of the Morrisville Town Council to order. Thank you to those watching via live stream and those who are watching a recording of this meeting. On May 31st, a video of this meeting will be uploaded to www.morrisvillenc.gov/government. As a point of information, Councilmember Liz Johnson plans to participate remotely this evening, and according to our rules, will not participate in any votes as that we may conduct this evening. Officer Thompson is our Sergeant-at-Arms this evening. We thank you for your attendance. I will provide the invocation this evening. Let us please take a moment to acknowledge and reflect on Memorial Day, which we observed yesterday. This special day serves as an annual reminder of the sacrifices made by the brave men and women of our armed forces who have given their lives in service to our nation. On behalf of the residents and staff of Morrisville, I extend our deepest gratitude and respect to those who have served and to their families who have endured unimaginable loss. Their courage, dedication, and selflessness are the foundation upon which our freedoms are built. Let us also remember the families and loved ones who continue to carry the weight of their sacrifice every day. We honor their strength and resilience, and we pledge to support them in any way that we can. As we conduct the business of our town tonight, let's choose to be guided by the same principles of service, duty, and commitment to their greater good that our fallen heroes exemplified. Let their memory inspire us to work together with dedication, integrity, courtesy, compassion, and a shared sense of purpose. Thank you. If you are able, please stand as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we adopt tonight's agenda, Town Council policy is to review and ensure there are no conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict of interest with any items on the agenda. Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to adopt this evening's agenda.
I move that we adopt this evening's agenda. Second. Or make a
I have a motion by Councilmember Rao, a second by Councilmember Body. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously. There are 5 items on this evening's consent agenda. Approval of April 2024 Town Council meeting minutes, a resolution authorizing the town to enter into sole source purchase with Temple Inc., a resolution authorizing the town to enter into sole source purchase with DEW Engineering and Development ULC, a resolution authorizing an application to the NCDEQ for a grant for the Sawmill Creek Restoration and Greenway, and a public art acceptance policy. Would any council members like to remove any of those for discussion before we take a vote? Okay, I'd entertain a motion to adopt this evening's consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Rao, a second by Councilmember Body. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That also carries unanimously 7-0. Tonight we have 3 proclamations recognizing health and recreation activities being celebrated this month. We also acknowledge that May is recognized as National Foster Care Month. At this time, I'll read the proclamation recognizing National Tennis Month. Afterwards, we will invite Laura Weigand, Executive Director of Western Wake Tennis Association, to come forward to accept the proclamation. This proclamation recognizing May as National Tennis Month. 6-0. I think I said that the second time. Thank you. Appreciate your help. This is a proclamation recognizing May as National Tennis Month. Whereas on May 21st, 1881, the United States Tennis Association, USTA, originally known as the United States National Lawn Tennis Association, was founded in New York City, New York, to create rules and standards for the emerging game of lawn tennis. And whereas the USTA is a nonprofit national governing body for tennis in the United States with over 550,000 members, is the largest tennis organization in the world, and leads the promotion and growth of the sport at every level of play, from beginners to professionals at the US Open. And whereas the USTA proudly partners with local tennis programs to showcase the important health, social, and educational benefits of tennis, and make the sport available to everyone, regardless of age, environment, condition, or ability through its USTA adaptive grants. And whereas the latest research by the Physical Activity Council shows that more than 23.8 million Americans played tennis in 2023, an unprecedented 25% increase in participation over 2020, and the highest number of players since the PAC study began in 2007. And whereas by increasing the accessibility of tennis for residents of the town of Morrisville of all ages and ability, the USTA has contributed to making our community happier and healthier. And whereas USTA has declared the month of May as National Tennis Month to encourage players, organizations, facilities, retailers, tennis manufacturers, and more to promote local programs and activities at parks and facilities to showcase tennis and spread the word about the sport and its benefits. and to help players and non-players alike find courts and play opportunities in their communities. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Morrisville does hereby recognize May as National Tennis Month and urges the residents of Morrisville to support National Tennis Month. This is adopted the 28th day of May, 2024. I'll ask Laura to come on up and receive this. That's a nice racket. Congratulations. How do you want to hold that? Sure, that works.
Yeah, I got a picture. It was fun.
Excellent. Would you like to share a few words about?
Well, yeah, so just real quickly, I'd like to say how much we appreciate the town of Morrisville and what you've all done to promote tennis in the community. We love working with your Parks and Rec staff, Mary and Sarah's back here. We just feel really lucky to be able to promote the well-being and goodness of tennis in the community, and it's growing, and it's thanks to our facilities like what you have here in the town of Morrisville. So thank you for all you all do.
Thank you for providing what you're able to do for our town. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank
There
you
you go.
for this.
You
All right.
bet. Mayor Pro Tem Garamella will read our proclamation recognizing National Senior Health and Fitness Day, and then he will invite Mary Fawcett and Vice Chair Karen Davis to come up to accept it.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be reading the proclamation recognizing the National Senior Health and Fitness Day. Whereas National Senior Health and Fitness Day is initiated in 1993 as an annual day of celebration, celebrating senior health and wellness and encouraging seniors to exercise and remain fit. And whereas the goal of the National Senior Health and Fitness Day are to promote the importance of regular physical activities and to show what local organizations are doing to improve the health of the older adults in the communities. And whereas Morrisville understands the importance of seniors remaining active and exercising regularly to prevent complication and ensure high quality of day-to-day living. And whereas Morrisville is dedicated to providing programming, classes, and facilities both indoor and outdoors for physical fitness and exercises to the people of all ages. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Morrisville does hereby recognize May 29, 2024 as National Senior Health and Fitness Day and encourages all residents and seniors to focus on the fitness and their overall health. If I may ask Mary and the Vice Chair, Karen Davis, to come on stage, please. Thank you. That's yours. Yeah. If any one of you would like to say a few words.
Mary? Sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'd like to invite our senior population to come out tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. to Morrisville Community Park, where we'll have some exciting opportunities, a walk around the park, time to socialize. Staff will be out there until 9 p.m. Noon. And then games at the senior center will take place from 1 to 3 p.m. and there'll be a cardio fitness class tomorrow evening from 6 to 6:45. So don't delay. Make sure you go. You want to be there to get your snacks and potentially win a prize. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
And at this time, Councilmember Johnson will read the proclamation recognizing National Recreation and Park Association Family Health and Fitness Day. And then I'll ask Mary Fawcett to come back up to accept the proclamation with fitness specialist Sarah Smith. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. And Mary, I'm so sorry I can't be there in person to present the proclamation to you, but I'm glad I have the opportunity to at least read it virtually. So this proclamation recognizing National Recreation and Park Association Family Health and Fitness Day 2024. Whereas National Family Health and Fitness Day, a national initiative organized by the National Recreation and Park Association, is celebrated annually on the second Saturday in June. This day promotes the vital role parks and recreations play in fostering healthy communities by encouraging families to be active together. And whereas this year, National Family Health and Fitness Day falls on Saturday, June 8th, and park and recreation agencies nationwide are encouraged to share ways families can engage in physical activity within their communities. And whereas Morrisville recognizes the significant role parks and recreation programs play in building a strong, healthy, and resilient community, Morrisville is committed to providing opportunities for all residents to enjoy the benefits of an active lifestyle. And whereas Morrisville encourages residents to celebrate with family and friends at the Western Wake Farmers Market on Saturday, June 8th for community Tai Chi and family-friendly yard games presented by the Morrisville Aquatics and Fitness Center staff. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Morrisville does hereby proclaim June 8th, 2024 as National Family Health and Fitness Day. Morrisville Aquatics and Fitness Center invites all residents to get active in the community with family and friends and join the celebration at Western Wake Farmers Market. Adopted this day, May 28, 2024.
Thank you very much. If Mary and Karen could come on up. Thank you again. Great to see you. Put you right in the middle. So you want to tell us a little bit of what this is all about?
Yes, I'd like to pass the mic over to Sarah. So Saturday, June 8th, come to the Western Lake Farmers Market. From 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock, we're going to have Tai Chi out on the green. One of our fitness instructors at MAFC, Tim, is going to be leading Tai Chi. And it's for the whole family. Bring your kids, bring your grandkids to learn Tai Chi. Then from 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock on the green, we're going to have yard games, things like badminton and cornhole for the whole family to enjoy. We're also going to set up a Parks and Rec tent to have information about programming that we have going on, not only at MAFC, but at Cedar Fork and athletics and the senior center. So we invite you all out on Saturday, June 8th to the Western Lake Farmers Market. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you all. At this time, we're going to recognize interim town clerk for any public comments received.
One public comment from Savas Shah regarding a view from Foxglove and Carolina Street intersection, and suggested that the intersection needs to be developed and considered so all directions are blended together.
Okay. Any other comments?
That,
Is everyone signed up to give comments tonight?
no.
Okay. Would anyone like to address us as public address? You get up to 3 minutes on any subject, not the budget hearing. I'd like to recognize the gentleman there. If you want to, your name and your role for the record, you'll have 3 minutes. Please provide your residential address as well, sir.
Hi, council, staff. Council, you know the staff makes you all look good, right? Anyway, my name is Bob Butler at 112 Leecroft Way in Morrisville. And one of the reasons, or the reason that I'm in front of you this evening is Either the beginning of the year or the end of last year, you all okayed Duke Energy to expand their substation between Ridgemont and Addison Park, and they are diligently working right now. But one of the stipulations that you all gave to them is that they had to keep the right-of-way clear of vegetation. A little over 3 weeks ago, I noticed that the vegetation was waist high. And I know that the town has been in contact, the staff has been in contact with Duke Energy to do something about it. Well, nothing was done for those 3 weeks, and I live 4 houses from that right-of-way. My neighbor, who was having a son graduate from high school, was having people come from South Carolina for the graduation, and I told him that Duke Energy was going to take care of it. Well, the Wednesday before, which was last Wednesday, he couldn't wait any longer, and he borrowed a tractor and cut it himself. By this time, it was about shoulder height, the vegetation. What I would like for you all to do is to make sure, and I know that Duke is coming before you all sometime soon for something else, make sure that they do what they say they're going to do. Because they've had 3 weeks at least to cut that vegetation, and they didn't. The gentleman who cut it maybe should be compensated by Duke Energy for cutting it. Maybe a free month or 2 of electricity. Anyway, I just want you to know that Duke Energy was not living up to their obligations to keep clear the right-of-way. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to acknowledge that I had an oversight earlier in the presentation area. I want to at this time say that we acknowledge May as National Foster Care Month and encourage our residents to support our vulnerable children who need safe and loving homes. We will be presenting that proclamation to Western Wake Services Director Karen Morant at a different time. Okay, if there's no other public address, we are now at item 10, public hearings. Tonight we have 2 public hearings. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please. And this is on non-budget?
Yes.
Okay, your name
My
and your
name
address.
is Linda Lyons, 1005 Church Street, Morrisville, North Carolina. What I want to talk about is the light at Town Hall. I brought it to CJ attention. The light at Town Hall and Morrisville Carpenter. I know when I'm always coming up that way, and when we get to make a U-turn and come back around, the light is yellow. Is there any way that if anybody is ever sitting in line, it turned green? Because we have to yield. It's a problem with the traffic coming, and we have to yield because they're not really slowing down for us, and then we have to get back in the lane because we have to turn way out, because of the way the intersection is made. So is there any way we could have that light to turn green at any time anyone's sitting there? That would be nice.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and confirm that there is a protected green for that intersection. Thank you so much. Was there anyone else in the audience? Okay, we'll move on to item 10 now, which is public hearings. Tonight we have 2 public hearings, the approval of the Transit-Oriented Development and Zoning Plan and the FY 2025 Recommended Annual Operating Budget and Capital Investment Program. At this time, Planning Director Michelle Stiegel will come forward to facilitate this first item.
Expansion. Oh, thank you. After reviewing the transportation analysis, a 4-lane expansion was not recommended as the primary recommendation focused on enhancing turning movements, which can be evaluated at the time of a transportation impact analysis. Therefore, with the results of that analysis in, this item is back before you for consideration tonight. The public hearing on the TOD development and zoning plan does remain open. Nonetheless, staff went ahead and sent out updated notices notifying the public of the continued hearing to occur both this evening and on January 11th, and action is tentatively scheduled for the January 11th meeting. Given the passage of time since the council last heard this item, I did want to take just a few minutes to provide an overview of different elements of the plan. I will try to keep that at a high level. But as a reminder, the TOD development and zoning plan applies to roughly 180 acres that are located at 3 corners of McCrimmon Parkway and NC 54. We've referred to those as TOD East, TOD West, and TOD South. As you can see on the overhead, a large portion of the property is within the airport overlay, which has been a consideration throughout the review and development of the plan. Generally speaking, the plan calls for a mix of residential, mixed-use, office, research, and innovation uses. And particularly at TOD West and TOD South, building heights in general are proposed to be shorter as you're adjacent to Church Street, and then the buildings would get taller the closer you get to the railroad tracks. I want to remind the town council that the plan is a vision document. It is not zoning. The zoning will come next. But in terms of recommendations for the future zoning, the plan does suggest that both minimum and maximum building heights be established and that bonuses be incorporated into the code to encourage things such as sustainability and affordable housing. The plan also includes different roadway cross-sections to be utilized throughout the TOD. Those cross-sections incorporate wide sidewalks for outdoor seating, bike lanes, and does recommend that as a development plan would be brought before you, that consideration for wider lanes be implemented in areas where transit, the smart shuttle, or other transit vehicles might travel. There is also a section that talks about streetscape features and their importance to creating the character and environment of the TOD, discussion about crosswalks, landscaping, also screening of utilitarian features such as waste areas, loading areas, and the encouragement of gathering spaces throughout that streetscape. Finally, within the plan for all 3 sections, a potential development concept was built out. This is the concept for TOD East, which was revised from what was in your 2021 land use plan. And then you'll also see models of potential build out for TOD West and TOD South. And those include some development summary information, assuming build out to the full extent recommended in the plan, and you'll see in there some information about number of units and square footage of different types of uses. So again, that's just an overview of the plan document. There have been no changes since the town council previously reviewed this item back on November 14th. With that, I will take any questions that the council may have.
Okay, I'll recognize Councilmember Rabadi, please.
This is just a small point, Michelle, but on the streetscape section, I did think that in a previous meeting we had discussed specifying that the trees in the streetscape should be indigenous trees, and I don't see that change reflected here.
We can incorporate a recommendation that indigenous be considered.
I mean, I obviously don't speak for the council, but I did think that was something that we had talked about and agreed upon.
Absolutely, we can encourage that. Ultimate selection sometimes becomes challenging when you're in, I will say, kind of a harsh growing environment and you're surrounded by a lot of concrete and pavement, but there are options that do work.
Okay, thank you.
We already have parts of the UDO that require a certain number of, or a certain percentage of native and indigenous, right? So that would also fall under this, or would this overwrite that?
They are strongly encouraged. There is a town policy for town projects that has a target number when we do our own town capital projects, but there's not a minimum specified requirement in the UDO.
Okay. Good, thanks for bringing that up, Councilmember Rabati. Does anyone else have any questions on this item? As was mentioned, it was brought up a while back. So the public hearing, as was noted, is still open. So we can go ahead. Is there anyone signed up to speak tonight? Is there anyone in the audience who didn't sign up who would like to speak on this item tonight? Okay, so we've published that it's going to continue. The public hearing will stay open until June 11th, and we're scheduled to take action at that time. So I guess we're just going to do that.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We'll see you in a couple of weeks. So at this time, we're going to have Town Manager Brendan Zunema to come forward to facilitate the next item.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. We're here tonight for a public hearing on the recommended FY 2025 budget. A little bit of recap, if you will. At the May 14th meeting, staff provided an overview of the recommended budget, discussed some of the priorities and themes and how those are identified through a series of meetings, beginning with the council retreat and then working through much of the spring to get to those priorities. Also highlighted several areas of what this budget works on, primarily future investment, also the implementation of an economic development program, and then also focus on public safety and other existing programs that this was intended to support, so that we were meeting the needs of current programmings and then expanding capacity in some areas. And then equally important is making investments into the future to support things such as our parks, capital projects, transportation, including the establishment of a new reserve for land acquisition that's previously been done out of fund balance. But this budget recommends the creation of a land acquisition reserve that's equivalent of 1 penny per year. And then also adds a penny to the debt capacity model, which is needed currently in regards to funding both Town Center and the Public Works facility that is currently under design. Based on that conversation and conversation at a work session on May 16th, one change was made to the budget. That was a change in the rate for the PPIL, or Parks Payment in Lieu. And based on information presented by Michelle and a staff recommendation and conversation with council, you gave staff direction to change that PPIL number to $3,121.27 per unit. That would again increase the anticipated revenue for PPIL in FY25, which again would support other projects that are eligible to be supported by that reserve fund. In regards to community input, we held a budget open house on May 16th. Unfortunately, did not have any attendees at that. One attendee at that that was looking for somewhere else, but we were able to share some budget information with her. And then we had a second budget open house the evening of May 22nd and had 2 individuals that came in that we were able to share some information with the budget. We've also had the budget portal open, and I'm going to have Jeannie confirm that as of today, we have 4 submissions through the budget portal, and she can give you a quick summary of what that feedback is, if that's all right.
Yes, please.
Good evening, council. Good evening. So we had 4 folks that signed up for the portal and answered the questions, and you had a mix of folks that were contributing positive thoughts about the budget and the investments that the budget represents, and then you had a couple of folks that were really questioning and expressing concerns about the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In addition to that, the other feedback opportunities, I believe that you as council received some emails directly that staff is aware of. And then we also received a number of emails through the budget message email address. Michelle has a summary of those. I would say that generally summary of those is one of 2 things, either expressing concern with a potential increase in tax payment or a tax bill. Although we're reducing the tax rate, there are residents that would pay more based on the revaluation impacting their tax bill. And then we did have some others, another group, I would say, of respondents that were seeking revenue neutral rather than 5 cents over with a concern of what that looked like. That is the highlights that I have for you. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, or we can certainly go to the public hearing.
Does anyone have any questions before we begin the public hearing? Okay. Want to go ahead? I'm going to declare the public hearing open and recognize interim town clerk Michelle Parker to go ahead and call people out. And if you call out the first few people want to line up behind, you'll have 3 minutes to address this body. Please start off with your name and your residential address.
Jackie Holcomb is the first person.
Hello there.
Good evening.
I'm Jackie Holcomb, 124 Calvesta Drive. Been a while since I've been in this position. Hope you all have been well. Rick and Lindsay send their regards, certainly. I'm just going to tell you, as for me, I'm not happy with staff's budget proposal. It's going to cost my family an extra $1,000. We live in a big house. We live in a nice neighborhood. $1,000 more than we paid in current fiscal years is a big number. That's a big number. Doesn't take into account our vehicles. Doesn't take into account the Wake County part. That's just us. So for the Holcombs, that's 35%. A 35% increase for the Holcomb family. That's a lot. At revenue neutral, our part is 16%. Our Morrisville tax bill at revenue neutral goes up 16%. And I don't love that either. But if you must, I prefer that. So, most of you know, our home was broken into last fall. We lost valuable jewelry, we lost sentimental items, and most importantly, we lost our sense of safety. So, burglary remains unsolved, case is closed, on we go. This spring, cars in my neighborhood and others were ransacked, robbed, taken. Things were taken, in some cases, identities, ATM cards, cash. So, from that perspective, maybe this sounds selfish and self-serving, but if you absolutely must raise my taxes by 16% at revenue neutral, do something about the crime in Morrisville. I'm not happy that that burglary is unsolved, yet closed. That's not okay. That's not okay. Okay, so I'm not alone in asking that you do something about public safety. I know I'm not alone in asking you to do something about this budget. So here's my request. Number one, don't vote on this budget tonight. You're missing a council member. I am shocked that that is even an option, that there's a possibility you'll vote. Unless you're going to vote it down. Go ahead and do that. Last Monday, there were 2 people that had weighed in on the portal. I understand Jeannie said now there are 4. Our community needs more time to understand the magnitude of what's being proposed. Please hold the public hearing open. People need more time. And sharpen your pencils, charge up your calculators, do whatever you need to do in these coming budget work sessions to come up with a more responsible town budget. So, just one more thing. If memory serves me, and I'm getting a little older, a little grayer, hearing aids are in, if this budget passes, it will be the largest single year tax dollar increase, the largest single year percentage tax increase in the history of the town. The single largest one. Don't do that. Don't do that. Thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize. It was my goal to have everything at 3 minutes, and as you get to the red, it used to beep. So I apologize. I could have said something then. But if it does get to the 0, I'm going to ask you to finish your thought, and if you want to send anything else via email, please do. Your name and your residential address for the record, please.
My name is Linda Lyons. I live at 1005 Church Street, Morrisville, and I'm not only speaking for myself, I'm speaking for other people that are here. If you want to raise your hand, you can.
I see.
The budget.
See 6 other people raising their hands, just so everyone knows. Okay, thank you.
I am brokenhearted to be in front of you as one of the original citizens of Morrisville tonight to voice my concern and other citizens' concern to the council considering a 20% tax increase. Where are we, the citizens, going to get the money from to pay for this increase? The original people that helped make Morrisville the town that it is today, you are now trying to push them out, knowing that they are on a fixed income. Morrisville Council tried to raise taxes 18% in the past, and we were very upset about that. Also, they tried to hide it from the citizen. There are a lot of citizens that do not know, and some are just learning about the very large tax increase. Have you forgotten who built the town of Morrisville? We voted you in to represent the people of Morrisville and not to be taxed out of our land, our home, that we worked so hard and still working to protect. So please consider us before you decide to push us out of the community. You are getting a salary increase every year, but Social Security is not getting us any more money to pay for our taxes. So, it really doesn't affect you, does it?
Thank you. Your name and your residential address for the record, please, sir.
Curtis Smith, 105 Brewington Court. When people plan for retirement, they don't plan for unexpected gains in real estate values that can't be predicted. For home ownership, there are 2 snapshots in time that matter to most homeowners: the value of their home when they buy it and the price that they sell it for. Home value volatility produces false highs and lows, giving false illusions of value. Unless you're ready to sell right now, these are gains which may never be gained. It can't be spent, it can't be it can't pay for college tuition, and it can't pay for cars. But despite the current gross fluctuations, it can be taxed. Typically, in these times of turbulence, the governments adjust these taxes to keep them stable and flat from year to year. This year, the Morrisville citizens are just digesting the county's 17% property tax increase as they learn of Morrisville's 20% increase on top of that. Some statistics say real wages are on the rise. That's not correct. They're down 2%. As we stumble into stagflation, people forget the term sticky wages. Wages aren't so quick to adjust. job participation levels tell us how many people are working versus not working. The number hasn't recovered since before the credit crisis. It dropped down. Have less people working today. They say that the unemployment rate is going great and stuff like that, but they're not including the fact that there is a lower percentage of the population working. You know, I want to echo what Linda has said about the personal effects of this. We're in our 50s. We have a late in life family, and we no longer have W-2 wages. We don't have a way to make up for this by getting a raise or getting a thing. We go to our 401 when we need more money. And this is going to cost us to go in for another $1,000. You know, we can't, you know, I could say more, but, you know, I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next person who signed up?
Pete Martin.
Okay. Your name and your residential address for the record, please, sir.
Yeah, my name is Pete Martin. I live at 112 Delavia Court here in Morrisville. I was going to say a lot more, but Jackie, a lot of the things that Jackie stated, I have similar situation, except my percentage is about 10% more than Jackie's. So I'm not going to go over that. But my other concern, last year I wrote the commissioners and the town manager then about the budgets, and I never heard from anyone. However, one of the commissioners said to me, you expect me to work free? If that's the case, then what happens to all the boards that work free? The third thing is I have concern with the board of commissioners giving themselves an increase, a salary increase on an annual basis, and builds it into their staff. I don't think that's the way. If you want to give yourself a raise every year, you should not build it into the number that the staff is receiving. You ought to have a different plan. Never in Morrisville history have there ever been a plan as such. And I think it's not fair to us, the residents. And then when you keep raising the taxes, you don't feel it because you give yourself an increase and you give yourself a raise. So those are my concerns.
Thank you. Is there anyone else signed up this evening?
Jim Simmons.
Okay, Mr. Simmons.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I've been around the United States since we last talked to each other, and I'm just now glad to be back in Morrisville. I've read over the budget maybe 3+ times, delving into some things, and I just can't imagine that Brandon and his managers could put an entire town budget in what I thought was a very succinct document. So it was a nice job. I know there's a bigger piece out there, but I liked what I saw a lot. A couple of quibbles, though. I was hoping for more of an aspirational statement somewhere about our sustainability efforts. I have some specifics I've shared with some of you, but I really think the town, in its leadership role, needs to be a little bit more assertive about that. The budget's a good place to put that. Also, I served on a board for 25 years in the San Francisco Bay Area that did nothing but economic development, and on another board for a city out in California. And I know you guys want to do economic development, but I need to caution you that perhaps we've retained and discharged economic development directors a number of times in my past. Most of them think, well, if we move a new big building or a new big company or a new big car dealership and occupy space, that's economic development. And the literature doesn't show that. It suggests instead that you work with what you have, you make sure that doesn't erode, and you make sure that's vibrant. Then you can go out and get the big ice cream factory or the used car dealership or whatever to take up space. So I just urge you to be careful about how you progress with economic development. Right now, there'll be a lot of people who would say the last thing we need to do is encourage more of that, Cary, Morrisville, even Apex. But I think we should, so I'm on board with that. I see also some suggestions in the budget, some new park workers, maintenance workers. Yes, that's a good idea. A couple of new firefighters, that's a good idea. Another Saturday smart shuttle, I'm not so sure about that. I mean, it sits right outside my window. And when it does arrive there during the weekdays, nobody ever gets on. I don't know. I just don't know. I'm speaking a little bit above my pay grade there. But in general, if we could just somehow find a way to aspire to greater heights with our language about sustainability and the very strong effort you guys have done with environmental work, I think that would be a good addition. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. If you could give your residential address before you leave the mic, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
I'm sorry. It's Jim Simmons. I reside at 100 M Golden Horseshoe Circle in Morrisville.
Thank you, sir.
Mark Dixon.
Okay. Three minutes, sir.
Good evening. I'm Mark Dixon, 1413 Everett Fields here in Morrisville. Glad to be here today and to address you as I reside freely in Morrisville under the protection of our armed service men and women. I think every day is Memorial Day, so thank you for your initial address this evening, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to see in the budget maybe some more funding and perhaps part-time positions to access the Cedar Fork Elementary School gym for various activities like volleyball and basketball. Boys high school basketball is gaining traction and will be an NCHSAA sanctioned sport soon. The summer is a valuable time for middle and high school athletes to train, and I think the gym is a resource that would be good for them to access. Also, I'm a bit sad to not to see disc golf funding in the budget. There's been interest, there's knowledge about how to implement a course at Church Street Park cost effectively. The town has land that is suitable for a course and comprehends the Wake County open spaces, and I have not yet heard a reason not to implement that amenity. Please consider adding that to the budget. I'd also like to see more funding added to Parks and Rec for potential event opportunities as they arise in the next year. And a different subject, with thousands traveling along NC 54 and Davis Drive, I'd like to see funding for communication to target travelers on those routes about things happening on and around town. As the new town center gets built, no one will know what's going on at the town center because they'll just drive on by without knowing what's going to be there available to them, and we want to draw people in. I'm not sure what creative types of communication are available, but perhaps some funding to study that. And lastly, I'd like to see some more funding for public safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peggy Medlin.
Peggy Medley, live at 5711 McCrimmon Parkway. As I went to vote this year and I showed him my driving license, I found out that I don't live in a house on McCrimmon Parkway, that there's no houses there. So I don't know why I've been paying taxes since all these years. August the 1st, it'll be 60 years I've been paying taxes on a house that I was told when I voted that there's no houses there, that's only apartments. I had a problem with my mail. I went to the post office and his only report was, "Where is your apartment number?" I says, "I don't live in an apartment." He said, "Everything on McCrimmon Parkway is apartments." So I don't know why all my taxes are going to go up. I'd like to see y'all, for folks that's lived in the house 60 years, get a break in our taxes. we are paying the price for all these apartments around here. I can remember when the road that I live on didn't exist. Adams Product didn't exist. There was cows up there and tobacco raised there. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay. Was there anyone else here in the room who would like to speak about the budget as part of this public hearing this evening? Okay. So here we are as a council. I'd like to recognize anyone who has anything they'd like to say. Councilmember Rao.
I just want to thank the residents of Morrisville who have come out, excuse me, to express their concerns. And I hear them loud and clear. I mean, I think at the end of the day, though, what I would like the public to understand is that we're in a very different place than we were 5-10 years ago. We today are ranked as one of the top cities to live, work, and play in, one of the top towns to start a small business in, and we probably have about 100,000 plus more coming into Morrisville every day. You know, recently I attended the North Carolina DOT Summit, and one of the things that Secretary Hopkins and other leaders of the DOT, including the governor, was saying is that the Build America, Buy America program has significantly added to the cost of transportation projects. And this is going to be a critical problem moving forward. That's why a lot of our projects, I believe, are being delayed or put on hold. And so I think that the challenge we have, and I just want the people out there to know, is that we need to have the revenue come from somewhere to provide services, economic development, infrastructure, along with public safety, like Mayor Holcomb said. And so, I would recommend, like for now, I would feel comfortable keeping the public hearing open to hear more from residents. But I would like us to work together as a council and staff to show the people of Morrisville that we're not really wanting to raise taxes. We're looking more at making investments so that we don't have our service levels drop down. Because I believe that the cost runs are occurring not only in transportation but in parks. And, I just feel like if we don't make the investments now, we're going to have to make them later. So I don't know where you all stand with that, but I think there's more work to do to meet with the individuals and address their concerns. I could go on, and I'd like to hear from my other colleagues on this matter. But once again, I do want to thank the residents of Morrisville for weighing in on their opinions, and also those who might be watching online.
Thank you. Councilmember Rabadi, please.
I also appreciate the input of the residents, and I think that we should, in fact, I don't believe that we should close the public hearing or vote tonight, if for no other reason than because of the inability of Councilmember Johnson to vote. With one member being remote and being unable to vote, I don't think it's right to vote. And if we're not going to vote, I don't see any reason to close the public hearing. I, like my other council members, have read every email that's been sent to us on this subject. I've read the comments that have been submitted to the budget portal, and I think that it's really important for citizens of Morrisville to understand that we don't take lightly the effect of the residents on the increase in tax dollars that will be paid out. I understand we're lowering the rate, but I understand people will be paying more dollars. I will too. The thing is that when we originally started the budget process, when we got the revaluation, my understanding is that we could not keep the lights on at revenue neutral. That was not an option for us. So all that to say, I think we should keep the budget portal open. I think we should keep the public. I don't know why this word is eluding me. Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing open, and I am interested in hearing from any and all residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have been a very strong advocate of keeping the tax rate as low as possible in order to make sure that we are keeping the lights on, as Councilmember Rabati said, as well as investing in the future, but in moderation. My initial, request to staff was that we would look at revenue neutral as base operations, and any additional increase would have to be of utmost value to the town, the people of the town, as well as the businesses. We needed to squeeze every penny to make sure that it was the right way to apply funding. When we looked at the reeval, it was astonishing. As everyone knows, look on Zillow, your property value has nearly doubled. That is very difficult for us to imagine what that means as we're just sitting in the houses that we lived in, year out. And what does that mean to taxes? What does that mean to the cost of living? What does that mean for all of us? When we looked at revenue neutral, the businesses did not increase at the same rate as the houses. And because our business community was imbalanced, the impact of revenue neutral was more significant on the residents. So right out of the gate, we have impacted all of our residences, even if we do revenue neutral. And that was astonishing to me. I was like, we have over 50% of our taxes that are coming from the business community or the commercial dollars. So how do we strengthen the business community so that we don't have that in the future? And that's where the economic development position came about. So we're trying to rebalance and not have that kind of a negative impact. So I'm explaining that so those of you that aren't aware. The other request that I had is, if we need to increase, make sure that there's value. Well, the base operations of the town weren't even met with all the inflationary factors until we hit the 3-cent mark. So just having consistent operations, we already had a tax increase, and that was very difficult to for me, because I wanted revenue neutral, but at 3 cents we were just making operating costs. The 2 cents, between 3 and 2 cents, is so that we can have a downtown. We can have the public works facility, which is very important to the infrastructure and affects our parks. It affects so many things that are almost invisible to your everyday life. But if they were taken away, you would notice. You would notice that your recycling wasn't happening. You would notice that your waste disposal wasn't happening. You would notice that certain things were happening. So we're investing in public works so that we can maintain the excellence of the town. So that does come to 5 cents. There are more good things that could happen at 7 and 9, but that is not something that would return the most value to the residents and the businesses. They're nice, they would be fabulous, but it's not something we need to address at this point. So I struggled with the 5 cents. I would really like to go to 3 cents, but I think there is real value in the current budget, and happy to discuss if anybody has any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fender, please.
So, Councilmember Rao, Rabati, and Scruggs Johnson have all made really good points and explained a lot of the position that we are in. I will add that, even before this budget, we've been hearing a lot of input from residents about the increase in crime and public safety. And that is an issue we take seriously. And if you go through the line items in the budget, we are addressing that through adding additional police officers, firefighters, having a dedicated impact team. Whether we like it or not, we have to give our police officers a competitive wage, or we'll lose them to other municipalities. So we are doing that to improve and, stay consistent with public safety. The other thing I wanted to add was this notion about town council giving ourselves raises, because I know, Mr. Martin, I love you to death. You brought this up a number of times, and I do want to say something. I have never been comfortable with this raise being given to us, part of staff. I would gladly not take it. The notion that, I don't know how much you guys think we make. It's not hardly anything at all. And a 2 to 3% cost of living raise on that certainly does not cover the increase in our property taxes that we are all going to have ourselves. I'm a single mom, so I rely on one paycheck. If I, for some reason, lose my job, it's just me. I have a son who I'm putting through college. So this property tax increase affects me just as much as anyone else out there. And like Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson and others says, we don't take this lightly. It is a balance. And we do this because we want to invest in our town and provide amenities and the best town for all of our residents. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, please.
Thanks, Mayor. First, I want to acknowledge all the people who came and talked. Really excellent points. Everyone has a story that really touched me. And I want to start with my stand of how it is. Sitting on this dais is not easy, and making decisions. It's very frustrating for us, especially when we have a plan to build something and the cost goes up. Example, dog park. We allocated $1 million, went to 1.5. Public works, we had defined something, and it has almost gone up. Getting, being on the board of NCLM, they have predicted the cost of aluminum, which was in 2020 to 2024, has gone up 80%. All our projects are coming at a very high rates. And then the issue we have is public safety is an issue. So we have increased more police officers to ensure. Can that answer everything? Answer is no, because we have seen that trend in Kitts Creek, and I'm hearing from Weston and also in Breckenridge. Break-ins are happening all the time. So from our point, what can we do? We can only invest more on our personnel to increase the best that we can get. From last 2-3 years, we have been spending money on land acquisitions from the general fund, almost 4%. And that has been the land cost is going up tremendously high. We are struggling to even cope up with any developers or anything for our projects. So what did we do this time? 1 cent on land acquisitions, 1 cent on CIP. We have already done 1 cent for parks and transportation, so that we have those buckets of money that we can invest out of. And lastly, staff is a key component of our success. As everyone thrives, this place is such a good job market, especially with the economy. If we are not competitive enough to pay them correctly, we will lose them. And did we lose? Yeah, we lost a lot of them. But what that does is, even though we get new people, a lot of institutional knowledge is gone. And we want to ensure that we can keep our staff, top-notch, satisfied, and work in the town as a sense of their own. So, as everyone has said, it's hard, putting anything on paper to do it, but the costs are just going up so much. If we have to keep our basic level of service, or even go a little bit above, 1 cent is not even sufficient to do anything because it's just blowing up our estimates. Even though we have hired an estimator, it's still not able to define our budget because that is our main problem for me. One more example. We had to postpone the funding of Crabtree Nature Park. The cost went up. Is it the right thing to do? Might be, temporarily, but the cost when it comes back up will be more higher. But we had to collectively make a decision for that. So we have only X number of dollars. Expenses are going up. I'm not an opponent of increasing taxes just because I want to increase taxes. I wanted to ensure that we see value that comes out of it. I totally understand with people with fixed income. It is not easy. And I'm struggling with that part, to be honest. And I just don't know how it will work. But at the same time, we look as a town as a whole. So it is hard, and I totally understand with Linda talking about it, and then Curtis and others, and even Donna, talking about her story. So, but the town has to go on. The town cannot. We are considered pretty good place to stay, and we take pride on it. And to keep the standards, it is the cost that is basically pushing us to where we are. And personally, is it something that I like it? No. But it is what it is. And I wish we had a better way of saying it. And I'm not polished enough to put it in a different manner, but I am speaking from my heart what I feel. Thank you.
Thank you. So everyone's gotten a chance to speak on this if they wish. I just want to also share. People were wondering if you would like to speak on this subject. Councilman Johnson?
Yes, yes, thank you. I was just putting in the chat to Bianca that, yes, I do want to speak on this as well. So first of all, thank you to those in the audience tonight, those who have given their feedback through the portal, through the emails, all of that we are, each one of us, taking under consideration and have read and will continue to have conversations with the public moving forward. A couple of things, and my colleagues have done a fabulous job, each one of them so far, and what they've said. And I'm going to try not to repeat what they said, but a couple of points. A reevaluation year is always incredibly difficult to create a budget. There are so many moving parts. The value in each person's home is not consistent, or the increase in the value, because that's obviously what we've dealt with in every reevaluation since I've been on council. The value, the increased value of each residential home, and I'm just going to talk about residential and not commercial, but the value is not consistent. It's not consistent across town as to how that increase works, and therefore the effect of any kind of tax rate, even a revenue neutral tax rate, is also not consistent. So yes, are there people that would be affected even with a net revenue neutral rate? Are there people that would be affected and have an increase? Absolutely. But there are also those that would have a decrease. So it's very inconsistent. So that makes it difficult. And then you almost, this is almost like a perfect storm. You also add the fact, and I think it was Mayor Pro Tem Garamella that talked about this, about how costs of everything are increasing. We know that at home in our own homes. It is exponential when it comes to our town resources and items that we're trying to fund. And so it's a challenge, obviously, every year to create a really effective budget that brings great value to our residents. But in this year of reevaluation and dealing with that, it's even more so a challenge. And so we struggle with the balance of keeping the services that our citizens want and need, investing in the future for the amenities they also want and need, and then trying to make sure that impact to each one of us, which impacts council members too, but the impact to each one of us as residents, trying to keep that at a desirable impact and not a really negative impact is very challenging. And I will tell you, the impact to our residents has always been front of mind for me. At our retreat, at our January retreat, I was very vocal and very passionate about this very point and how we would be affecting our residents, and that we did not overburden them. And I know that's probably an impossible task, because as we heard tonight, some folks that think that this, where we're headed, is an impossible burden. And yet there are others that are fine, and others that actually, and I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but we had one speaker tonight that talked about adding more funding for a couple of items. So it's very challenging. It's a balance, and it is something each one of us take very seriously. And we are affected. I am affected as well. And one quick comment about the council raises. I have never been happy with that. I have never been happy. Every year we adopt a budget, I talk about the fact that I take that money and I donate it. I donate it to nonprofits that work with our residents here in Morrisville. So just want to throw that out there as well. And if I had to think of a couple of words that kind of sum up what I've heard tonight, it's standards, value, and effect. And standards, we really are looking to maintain the standards that our residents expect and need and want from their town government. And we heard some of those comments tonight, and you've heard from my colleagues about how we're trying to address them, especially when it comes to public safety, police, fire. So the standards are critically important. And I think Councilmember Scroggins Johnson did a great job when she talked about, whatever we do has to bring real value to our citizens. And that's been front of mind for all of us. And so that word value comes into play to make sure that we're adding value that our citizens ask for. And then the effect that we have on our residents is not lost, especially on me, is not lost. And we will continue to, in that regard. And then and I know I'm taking a long time, I'm going to, just a couple of things that are important, and this is not going to make anybody feel better. I'm sure those that would rather we stay with the revenue neutral rate. But I think it's important to recognize that of the 12 municipalities in Wake County, 11 of them, and I say 11 because I don't know about the 12th one, but 11 of them are going above revenue neutral because they are struggling, just as we are here in the town of Morrisville, with keeping our standards and offering value to our residents. So 11 of 12, and maybe all 12, are not sticking with revenue neutral. And of those 11, 8 are increasing to some degree in the 13 to 19% above revenue neutral. And so we're kind of in the middle of that pack. Again, I know that's not making anybody happy about what we're doing, but I think we are all struggling. And I'm going to emphasize one more time that the effect and the impact that we're having on our residents has always been front of mind budget. So again, I'm happy to meet with anybody and talk with folks. Unfortunately, I'm out of town right now, but happy to chat further. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. I just want to add my thoughts. I want to also thank everyone who has spoken and who's given input. I especially want to thank everyone who lets us know during the year what they're looking for, because we're listening all throughout the year, and what we hear is we want better police protection, we want more parks, we want more greenways. And then we listen to that all year, as does staff. And then starting at the retreat, we spoke out loud about what our big priorities were and what our values were and where we want to go over the next couple of years. And staff listened really well. They put together what I think is one of the best budgets this town has ever experienced. And this is a real great opportunity for us to be really forward-looking and invest in our future. I don't want my property tax bill to go up either. I don't think any of us ever do. We realize that we're not going to benefit from our higher house prices until we sell, and we all want to stay here. So our taxes are going up. What are we getting for it? If you look at the budget, you're getting a lot. You're getting lots more parks, you're getting lots more police protection, our fire department. There's lots of good things that are coming through this budget. So I appreciate the top line being that my property taxes are going up. What I say in return is you're getting a lot for that. And this is a lot of pent-up demand for the last few years where we haven't moved the property tax rate. This is an opportunity for us as a town to grow and have a stronger future together. And I think we have a great opportunity to do that. I really appreciate everyone who shared their thoughts tonight. I wouldn't have gotten where I am without the wisdom and the friendship of a lot of the people that are sharing their thoughts. So I look forward to continuing these conversations. But I feel very strongly that even with this budget, as was noted, if we did something with some more pennies, we would be stronger positioned for the future as well. But that's not where we are as a group right now. And I think 5 cents is a really great compromise, and I think the staff will execute effectively and efficiently with those dollars that we're investing in our future as a town. And I think we'll all benefit from it. So those are my thoughts on that. We've all had one chance to go down the line. If anyone wants to add some more thoughts, now is a good time. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Rao.
Just to close out my thoughts, the one thing I forgot to mention is while we continue to grow, like our state funding as well, a lot of our programs, which puts us in a tougher position, the mayor particularly for that. I want to go back to what Jackie Holcomb said. I mean, I think she did a really good job, though, of highlighting what her concern is. She's one of the best people I know for detail. I know because I've served with her when she ran this council. But the bottom line is, I think that sorry. Yeah, my bad. Let me repeat what I was saying. So I apologize. It's been a long week. I just want to say that I think Jackie Holcomb did a good job of expressing what her expectation is, and she's really good at detail. I know because I've served with her when she was mayor. But I think what I would like to do is to take up the challenge of showing what the person who's paying an extra $1,000 for, where that money is being invested. I think that's what she's asking for, but I think that we can show that in terms of just where those dollars are being invested for that extra money that you're paying, public safety, economic development. And I think this is something that why I'd like to keep the public hearing open. So, I think that revenue neutral, given where we are today, is just not an option because our service levels are going to drop down terribly. And I think a lot of us wanted to start at revenue neutral, and we are here where we are. So I just want to close with that, and I'm going to return the emails I got and try to meet with people and encourage them to come share ideas with us.
Thank you very much. Just to piggyback on that, when we were able to leverage our dollars with state funding and federal funding, that's helped us go a long way. So we're hoping to continue to do that. So thank you very much. If there's no other comments at this time, I think I heard that it's the will of the council to not actually close the public hearing at this time. But in case I'm wrong, I would entertain that motion if someone wants to make that motion. Okay. So given that being the case, we are not going to vote on the budget tonight either because the public hearing remains open. So the next steps, Brendan, if you could tell us the next couple of meetings and what is going forward. I understand we have a work session on Thursday. I'm not sure if we need to discuss anything more or if we're just allowing this to stay open so we can hear more from the residents. I guess that's a question to the council first before the town manager responds. I guess my thought would be we don't necessarily need that Thursday meeting because anything we would want to say then we'd say now if we wished.
I agree. I think we don't need a Thursday meeting because the feedback is still coming in, and the workshop is not for the public to give comments during the workshop either. So I think it is keep it open and hear from them, but I really don't think we need a Thursday meeting.
Okay, I'd like to recognize Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson, followed by Councilmember Johnson.
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Garamella that we don't need to have the Thursday session, but I am very supportive of collecting more information and more feedback from the general public.
Okay, Councilmember Johnson, please.
So I would agree. I think it's important, if we're going to keep the hearing open, that we meet with folks and I don't think this Thursday's meeting is necessary. So I agree. Thank you.
Okay, so I believe that it's council's direction to go ahead and eliminate the meeting on the 30th, which is in 2 days. Do we need a motion and a second for that, Town Attorney? Okay, is there a motion to that effect?
I make a motion that we keep the public hearing open.
And that we eliminate the Thursday, May 30th meeting.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Rao, a second from Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously, 6-0. I'd like to recognize the town manager to tell us what the next meeting after that would be and next steps going forward.
So in regards to feedback, I would say that we can reopen the budget portal. We can probably do that sometime tomorrow so that you can continue to receive feedback through there. Is it your intention to then hold the public hearing open through the June 11th meeting to allow additional comments at that meeting?
That is my understanding, unless I'm seeing some head nods.
We can go to the Friday of that so that the staff gets time. Or do we have to go all the way to the 11th?
What would be a reasonable time to close the portal if we were going to go till the 11th and have that feedback input?
Well, I think we would probably close the budget portal. We could close at the 11th to be able to provide you that feedback at that meeting.
Yes, so staff typically on the day like today, for example, the portal actually closed at 3 p.m. in alignment with your public hearing comments when they're allowed to be received up to 3 p.m. I can follow that same protocol. Staff just needs a little bit of time on that day to compile them, to update the information and provide it to council.
Okay.
And then with that, with the public hearing being open, we could continue to receive comments through the public hearing at morrisvillenc.gov email as well. And that could be provided to you that evening. I believe we closed that at 9 o'clock this morning to be able to compile that. Is that correct? We'll receive it through that day on the 11th and make sure that we can share that with you as well. So you have that opportunity for additional feedback. We will have our communications department share that this Thursday is canceled. Your next meeting would be Thursday, June 6th. That was an optional budget work session, but you have other items on that meeting that it would be, in this case, a regular work session that would not address budget unless something changes between now and then where you felt it needed to. I would say that I don't know that staff would have anything new to offer at an additional budget work session unless you had a specific question for us. So June 6th would be a regular work session. There will be a continuation of an item from tonight in regards to Duke's transmission path. And then there is also a roundtable scheduled for that night. And okay. And so you can make submissions for roundtable items prior to that meeting, and you can have that discussion that night. And then Michelle and or staff will be there to continue the Duke conversation, assuming you don't get through that tonight necessarily. And then, of course, after that, June 11th would be the next council meeting, and that would be your continued public hearing, and that would be the intended night for a vote, but that, again, is at your discretion. If you didn't vote the 11th, you would need to vote the 25th, so we'd have a balanced budget before July 1st as required by statute.
Okay. If it's the council wish, I think it would be a good idea to have budget on the agenda for the 6th. And then if you guys could provide us all the input that's come to that point, so we could have a check-in and see if we can take temperature in advance of the 11th. Because I expect we're going to get some of what we're going to get through the 11th at that point. Also, if we have any other thoughts and talk, the idea of the raises that are embedded in the budget, if that might be a topic that we want to discuss and confirm whether or not we want that in or out of the budget, the 6th might be an opportunity to talk about that, because I don't think we're necessarily prepared to talk about that right now. So could that be the will of the council to add that an item to the June 6th, that the budget will be talked about, albeit briefly, if we don't have a lot of conversation about that?
Just for full disclosure to the council and the public, I will be arriving late that evening. I will do my best to dial in virtually and try to be here short, but probably about an hour late. Just, so, but I'm supportive of, I will be participating.
Okay. Okay, not seeing any other comments on that, so you do not have direction to add the budget, but we can change the agenda on that night if we wish.
You could. I think, Mayor, if I could, the other thing I would mention is that for June 11th, anyone who has already spoken towards the budget would not speak again. It would be for those that have not already come before you in person to offer public feedback on the budget during that public hearing. But generally, we allow people one opportunity to speak during a public hearing, even if it courses over several meetings.
Okay. And if you could also just confirm what the correct email address is to send input into the budget. Is that budget@morrisvillenc.gov? Because we got some that said budget survey and town council, and if you want it to be part of the official budget record, we want to make sure you have the correct email address.
That's a great point, Mayor. So I want to clarify for folks, and town manager, you've actually touched on the public hearing portal, and that if you've already made a comment, that's your one comment. I want to encourage you, if you have additional comments, please go to the budget portal as I reopen it tomorrow. That one asks you some pretty specific questions, and you have opportunity to provide additional feedback there. So it's a different avenue. And the email to the budget staff is budget@morrisvillenc.gov. That's always accessible, never closed, and we're happy. Byron Hayes is our budget director, new with the town this year with this budget, and we are always very grateful to address any questions or any comments that you have, and we share those with council. Okay? So I think I have clarified a little bit there. Everybody holds me accountable if I misspoke. Good?
Okay. Does anyone have any other questions? So we have a June 6th meeting and a June 11th possible action, and the public hearing will continue through the 11th. Okay, excellent. Thank you to staff. Really good job. Thanks again to all the residents who let us know. We asked for this input. We appreciate it, and keep it coming. Thank you very much. Okay, at this time we are scheduled for a break. Let's go ahead and take 15 minutes and reconvene at 7:48. You ready? So we're coming back into session. We have 2 work sessions tonight to discuss the town center streetscape and mixed-use renderings and the Duke Energy Transmission Corridor Study. We will now move to the table for discussion, which will be facilitated by Michelle Stiegel.
Thank you, Mayor Colley. Just a brief introduction, and then similar to the last work session on the streetscape, I'm going to be handing it over to the SING team to do all the heavy lifting. Just for a little background, there are really 2 parts to this work session discussion. The first is continued discussion of the town center streetscape. As a reminder, the the Main Street Plan development rezoning for this area does include a condition that the streetscape be approved by the town before site plan submittal. Pending the outcome of this discussion, if we get a general nod from town council that you are in agreement with the direction and the concept the streetscape is headed, the SING team does plan on submitting that site plan application in mid-June. They understand that that would be at their own risk pending approval of the development agreement and associated cost, but it would get them moving with that site plan application. The second part of the work session is going to be an overview of some renderings of the proposed mixed-use building that SING is looking to construct. That one does not require council approval. This is really just an opportunity for council to get a look at those plans, provide some input and feedback. The SING team is then going to take that feedback into consideration as they are finalizing their submittal to the town. But once that application is submitted, that goes through an administrative staff review, so you will not see it again. With that, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Melissa Brand, who will present on the streetscape.
Thank you, Michelle. My name is Melissa Brand. I'm a landscape architect with Kimley Horn, and I appreciate you guys having me back here tonight. We are going to give you a few updates based off of the feedback we received back in April on the 22nd when we presented a first version of this to you then. During that presentation, if you can advance to the next slide, we did come to that meeting wanting feedback, any feedback you guys had, but specifically on 4 that we thought very important items. One of which was, did you want the space to feel more traditional or more modern? Following meeting with you guys, what we really heard seemed to be everybody was leaning towards more traditional with some modern elements incorporated. And we have taken that feedback and applied it, which you'll see in a few updated graphics that we have to share. Also, we talked about the general color palette. Did you like cool tones versus warm tones? It seemed that a majority liked the warm tones, so the more reds, browns, and cream colors. So we have moved forward with that as well. Next slide. And we also, did spend a good bit of time talking about the existing surrounding materials in the area. There are some pavements that are going to remain that are on Foxglove Drive. Also, there's some existing building architecture with the library that we certainly want to complement. So we have made sure to incorporate that moving forward in the material selections. And then finally, we did talk about textures of materials and, if we wanted more smooth textures versus maybe some rougher textures for the pavement areas. It seems like overall we wanted to focus more on smooth textures in most places, but maybe in some more key targeted areas like vehicular areas or crosswalks, using some textured surfaces just to kind of help slow down some vehicular traffic. And we've incorporated that as well. Just a reminder, this is our general study limits for the streetscape area. So we do have Carolina Street from the roundabout to Foxglove Drive, and then also from Foxglove all the way up to Church Street. And then we are building a new extension of Foxglove Drive as well. So that is going to come all the way down and hit Town Hall Drive. So all the areas in blue here. And the next graphic, this is very similar to what we reviewed with you guys previously, but we've included it just as it's a great graphic representation of the distribution of materials throughout the corridor. So really looking at more of the street zones versus parking and then pedestrian areas. Also the multi-use path that goes along the north side of the park is illustrated and highlighted here as well. And the next slide does incorporate some new information, I would say. The purpose of this is really just to focus on the areas that have more of that enhanced pavement and which ones are more vehicular areas versus pedestrian areas. So you can see the vehicular areas in red there versus the pedestrian areas in yellow. And you will see there are a lot of that red kind of enhanced pavement material on Foxglove Drive. As a reminder, that is because that's going to be our curbless street and it's going to function as an extension of the park and more of an event space during special events. On the next slide, though, you'll see that Carolina Street, we are moving forward with no real enhanced materials for the main vehicular area. That is going to be standard asphalt, but we do have accents in specific locations such as crosswalks. We would intend for those to still be enhanced to match the rest of the corridor, and intersections. So you can see that whole intersection is red there. We also intend for the pedestrian sidewalks to be enhanced too as well. And something else before we move on that I did want to mention, we're not discussing the pricing today yet. We're still working on those items and that'll be presented, I believe, at the June 25th meeting. But thinking about like how the base material of pedestrian areas versus vehicular, and I know that that's something that we've talked with like Public Works Department. It does reduce maintenance to have a concrete base under all the pavers, even in pedestrian areas. But you are going to have a higher initial cost with that investment. So this is a great graphic to illustrate areas where you would definitely need that concrete base, so the red areas, versus the yellow areas where there's more flexibility. You could go with the concrete base or a more traditional base material under that. And we'll be looking at both of those for the pricing exercise so you can make an informed decision on that. Right, this next slide, this is focused on Foxglove Drive. It's very similar to one of the options that we discussed previously. We have, the red brick roadway with accent banding, the parking zone illustrated by a contrasting paver color, and then the cream brick pedestrian area to provide the greatest amount of contrast to really denote that as the pedestrian zone there. And we've basically taken this layout and applied it to the full corridor now. So the next graphic that we have is this applied to the actual layout of the street and how that would be implemented on Foxglove Drive specifically. So you can see all the parking spaces have been laid out, street tree locations, those have been coordinated with each other so that you don't have car doors hitting street trees. It also creates a great barrier so that you don't have cars exiting the vehicular area. So, they've been strategically placed to kind of create that visual barrier between the pedestrian and vehicular zone. We've also incorporated crosswalk locations to this graphic. So you can see there are several crosswalks at the south of the image there, near the PSMS building on the right-hand side there. And then as you move north in key locations where it coordinates well with the buildings within the park space for those pedestrian corridors where they can easily, see the crossing, cross the street safely. And then some larger crosswalks even further as you go down Foxglove Drive. All right, and next slide. And this graphic is really Carolina Street, specifically between the roundabout and Foxglove Drive. This area, you do have the sidewalk on the left there. We've got the more traditional vehicular area with the asphalt and the on-street parking, and then the multi-use path just to the right of the on-street parking. And in this particular area where Carolina Street is going to be directly adjacent to the park, we have more of a meandering sidewalk that kind of helps pull you into the park, whereas further down the corridor past Foxglove Drive in the longer section, which we'll see an image of that in just a minute, there's going to be more of a sidewalk directly close by to that multi-use path. So just keep that in mind as you're looking at these graphics. So you can see here, this street section has been applied to Carolina Street. And something that I did want to note as part of this, during this first phase of development, we have just accounted for a standard concrete sidewalk on the north side of Carolina Street between Foxglove and Church. And that is because, we don't know what's going to be developed at that property there on the north. And we don't want to, invest a lot on a nice sidewalk only for it to be torn up later or not to work with, what gets developed there. But there is going to be pedestrian access. And then on the south side of Carolina Street, we are building the full multi-use path at this time. So that's really going to act as, the pedestrian way at this point. And another reason why the full pedestrian sidewalk and multi-use path are not being built at this time, there are a few properties there, neighbors, that we just don't want to impact at this time. So, we're not encroaching on their property. We're also accounting for their driveways now so that they maintain full access without being impacted negatively. And this is just a zoomed in graphic of one of the intersections. So this is Carolina Street and Foxglove Drive. You can see that the crosswalks are a very contrasting pattern with different colors for high visibility. Also, we've got the banding that you see in the middle of the crosswalk intersection. That's very similar to some of those more modern paver patterns that you saw in the other example that we showed last time, the one with the cool colors. We've taken that feedback and incorporated it here just to bring kind of more of a modern element and some more interest to the space. And it seems to work really well in these intersections. And something else to consider, I think that the intersections and the crosswalks would be a great space to use some of those more textured pavers. And I do have some samples if you're interested in looking at that just to see what I really mean about that. But it's very subtle, varying, I guess, dimension to the pavers, but it just creates more resistance, so to help slow down vehicular traffic. And we did want to show you some lighting options as well, because I know you guys asked a little bit about lighting last time. And specifically for the streetscape corridor, we are moving forward with Duke Energy fixtures. So Duke Energy does have a specific, I guess, range of fixtures that they will allow you to choose from, and it is somewhat limited, so keep that in mind. But these that you see here on the screen are the ones that we've selected out of those options that we feel are probably most appropriate for the space, or what we think would look best in the streetscape. We have included some very different options, though. They're not all traditional. We have some more modern ones in there. Also have some more basic fixtures like the one at the bottom in the middle that's very similar to what's out there today, just to really provide a range to get your feedback on that. And the next slide actually does show this fixture for the streetscape, how we see it probably being distributed throughout the corridor with the yellow symbols there. This might be modified slightly based off the photometrics once those are actually run. But this is a very even distribution throughout the space. It works well with the street trees and the parking while also helping to provide that physical barrier between the vehicular space and the pedestrian space in a lot of these areas. And the final slide just shows this distributed throughout Carolina Street as well. And this will be supplemented by additional lighting throughout the park and, lighting that's attached to buildings and such, where I think you'll have a lot more options for those type of fixtures, but just the streetscape elements, since those will be utilizing Duke Energy fixtures, we definitely wanted your input on that since it is more of a narrow selections and options to choose from. So that's everything that I had for the update for the streetscape, but please, if there are any questions at all or feedback, we definitely want to hear it.
Thank you. I had a question on, which slide is this? It's the one where it says streetscape materials, Carolina Street. There in the middle along Carolina Street where there's those two patches of green. I was just curious as to what all that is.
Yeah, that's a great question. So on the southern side where you do see that green area, that's because that frontage right there of the street, those two properties are private residential houses. So we've basically designed around their driveways, but also keeping in mind someday somebody might develop something there, and at that point, you could always easily put in on-street parking if needed.
So the light color rectangles are extensions of their driveway?
Yes, that's right.
And then so then the green is just grass?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then what about on the far left, that red square? Is that just brick pavers?
Yeah, that's just the brick paver area, so sidewalk to account for that crossing right there.
Mm-hmm.
Because the thought is that at some point there will be another street to complete the grid that goes through the northern section of the property there, and that crosswalk would line up well with where that street would be. Does that make sense?
No. I guess I'm curious as to, so would there still be the need for a crosswalk there?
I would recommend that we go ahead and install it now so that it's there and accounted for. Also, I would say, the run of street between Foxglove and Church Street is pretty long, so it'd be nice to have that middle crossing.
Okay.
Just to provide some flexibility. But we have basically placed it in a location that would make sense for future development down the line.
All right. That's all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, followed by Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson.
I really like the crosswalk. The color combinations is just fabulous. It looks different than any other place. So that's creates the uniqueness that we have, and that was like fundamental. Why should anyone come here? Right. And what is that? They have that awe factor. I think that really cuts it. As for a streetscape, I am not a good selector of those things. I'm okay, whatever people want. Or also, I want to hear your professional inputs too. We may all have different opinions, but this is what looks from your professional point of view in terms of this picture goes good versus pros and cons, because everything has some pros and cons. I did not see any low voltage lighting plan. Is that incorporated? Because the reason I say that is people have the streetscape, the sidewalks, and the light just comes from the footpath to the trees, So those have to be installed before the sidewalks are put in. So is there a plan for that? Because that really illuminates the whole area when you walk more than the Duke Energy ones.
Yeah, so I think that that's a great point. Like having that accent uplighting, it does really change the feel of the space. We have talked about incorporating some elements like that, and if we can certainly make sure we do that moving forward. Um, Despite where the accent lighting is, we've already been talking about even in those tree pits and stuff, including outlets so that you could have, your street vendors plug into those and you're not having to worry about power supply and stuff. But it's very easy just to add some uplights at the same time with that, building in that infrastructure.
Okay, so you're factoring all those, right, while doing it?
Yeah.
Okay, and then coming to the ground itself, like the center, what kind of lighting are we planning there? Is that this you're only purely for streetscape? Because I'm also curious, because when we have concerts or when we have things, there should be sufficient lighting to illuminate that area. And I don't know if the Duke Energy will be sufficient to basically create that kind of lighting, because it's a good amount of acreage or more than acre there.
Yeah, we've been looking at preliminary lighting layouts for other areas, not just the streetscape at this point. A lot of focus on the park and just incorporating some pedestrian level lighting like lit bollards or even lighting accents within like the retaining walls and seat walls and such. So that's definitely, I mean, you're absolutely right. The lighting that's in the streetscape would not be sufficient just to light up this whole space. So looking for, additional like pole mounted fixtures, but also creative ways to install lighting in other areas as accents is something we're focused on.
Uplighting and anywhere like the trees are there or sidewalks where the outer ring.
Right.
So I just was curious because I didn't see a plan.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Also something we've definitely would like to incorporate within this zone, and even more of the plaza that is north of Carolina Street by the mixed use building and the library is some of that like string lighting, because that just really is a huge wow factor, I think, for a pretty insignificant. It still costs money, but for the amount of impact you get, it seems to be worth it most of the time.
And last, you just trigger something like you said you'll be having those plug points or in between those things. Is there an additional room like to have more vendors come in that area where the parking, remove the parking and have temporary, like they're having like a fair or something kind of like farmers market or some other things where like temporary holding, like, or even as good as a food truck, where they can just park. That would be really good in that area.
Yeah, so we've been working a lot with town staff, especially Mary, on definitely incorporating feedback from the farmers market specifically, but also making sure that we build as much flexibility into the space, streetscape, and the park, both of them, so that you can set it up for different size events like that, whether it's just an event with 10 vendors and you don't, want to close off a whole section of the street like Foxglove. We have that kind of parking area on the south of the page that's going to be set up so that it can easily be closed down for an event like that where you set up a bunch of tents. We've also talked about putting tents along the walkway in the park, the big circular walkway. So that's another area. And then, of course, Foxglove Drive. But the thought is to equip all of those areas with some sort of power source, but also like hose bibs so you can easily maintain and wash it down after the event.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson, please.
Hi, great presentation. Satish, was your mic on? Okay, maybe I was just far away. We have some quality controls here in place in Morrisville. So I really do love the presentation, and I like the illustrations shared about how the road kind of gives you a sense of place, and the crosswalks are more pronounced so that you know and visually and possibly physically know that there's a crosswalk there. Depending on how you texturize those crosswalks, it could be kind of a physical way of identifying those as well. I know that we're eventually going to go to the point of cost, though. And so if we had a standard road, I would ask that we make those crosswalks a different color, a different, feel, something unique. So even if we do have to go with the basic road color and contrast, those crosswalks kind of give you that sense of place, and it will give more value to the overall experience. You mentioned something about for future development, you were planning in a standard sidewalk along part of that. And in the back of my head, I'm going UDO or standard sidewalk width is like 6 to 8 feet. What does standard mean to the downtown? Because we might have different standards than we do across the rest of the town. So is that a narrower, like a 4 foot that you were planning on versus the 6?
Yeah, that's a great question. So that's something we talked about extensively with town staff when we were going through the rezoning process, because they knew that we didn't want to invest all this money only for it to be ripped up or damaged during future construction. So in the rezoning documents, we did account for that and said that it needed to be a minimum 5 foot wide sidewalk, I believe, just for this interim condition on the north side of Carolina only.
Completely understand. I mean, we want to have sidewalks in places where we know the road will eventually be expanded, and we do that for a different reason, because then DOT has to make it whole again. So it's a different strategy. Where we had the intersection, it looked like Carolina and I believe Foxglove. Is that going to be a 4-way stop? Is that planned for a 4-way stop? Because it's not a roundabout, so there has to be some sort of traffic management, if you will, or maybe it's a stop on one side of the street and the other is a throughway or something like that.
Yeah, that's a great thought. I think today it functions as a 2-way stop where Foxglove just has to stop right there because it's kind of a dead-end condition. We can certainly look at, studying whether it makes more sense to keep that as kind of that 2-way stop now that we're extending Foxglove, or transition that to a 4-way stop. I think that that's a great point, that we haven't really gotten that detailed at this point, but something we can certainly loop into the design discussions moving forward.
I mean, there's pros and cons with both. It just depends on the function of the road and what you think the traffic load will be at that point. So I just thought I'd mention to start those engines going. Light fixtures, you asked for input on the light fixtures. I think about light pollution. So I'm trying to come to terms with the value of the uplighting with some of the options were kind of just all around globes versus downlight. And depending on the height of the pole, I'd like to see more downlighting so we don't have so much light pollution overall. But if we could also think about, for maybe uplight options, is solar. Can we make some of the uplighting some solar? Look at you. Yes, we do need the electricity to plug in, I agree. But some options for solar would be nice. So, no, I agree. It's, we'd have to be strategic. I didn't say the whole thing needs to be solar, but there are options where there's no power source. We could add a solar light here or there. And that's all I have for right now. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
So I've got a couple of things. I think I might have already touched on it. If we could go to slide 12. Yeah, I was also going to ask about stop signs and what kind of controls we're going to have in this space. Is it correct that essentially I see on the top, there's those little black things there? Are those the little knobby pads that have to be at every time that you go into a street?
That's a great point. So those are existing and they're out there today. Now the thought would be they do make pavers that have those, and that's a great way to bring in that different texture at the edges of the intersection to alert pedestrians they're about to, move into the vehicular area. So that would be incorporated at the other corners as well.
Okay, because I was hoping that the visuals we see now will be really what we're going to see later. So those
Yeah,
would be
so
at each of these
the
on the
band,
sidewalk itself.
Yeah, that dark band area that you
Yep.
see. The thought is that would be a paver like this that matches.
Well, a number of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Kind of all together, making that up.
Sounds good. So those will be like little extra rectangles at each place that they enter the road. Okay, great. Can we go to 14? So this was the streetlight locations, and it would help me to, well, we're not going to see this again, but along Town Hall Drive where the existing lights are, to just sort of have an idea
Okay.
of where those are would be nice. We'll recognize Councilmember Johnson next, and then Councilmember Fender. So we're not going to see it again, but that would be nice to think about. And I'm also concerned that the middle of the lawn is going to be dark, and we want this to be activated until 10 or 11 at night. So
Yeah. So we would definitely be adding supplementary
Something.
lighting in the park for sure. And those would not likely be Duke Energy fixtures. So we can make that pretty much look however we want to, whether it's, taller pole-mounted lighting, lots of lower pedestrian like bollard lighting, pathway lighting. We've looked at a lot of different options for that space.
because I'm thinking like Church Street, we have the really high ones that kind of point down. I'm not sure how else you're going to light the middle. But you guys are professionals, as Mayor Protem said. And then on number 15, which I think it's just one more. So, so there's a nearby town who had a nice crosswalk mid-block, but didn't have any lighting near it. So I think it's important to have lights right where people are going to be walking so people can be seen. So probably even more lighting on our main intersection there as well, just so you can see pedestrians at every corner, especially if it's just going to be stop signs.
Yeah.
Would be just a thought about
That's a great
that.
point.
And I really like the idea of having some kind of solar. I really like the idea of having electrical outlets all around the edges when we're going to have festivals and stuff. And there some of the powerful ones so that when the food trucks plug in, they're quiet.
Yeah.
Because right now when we're having a movie in the park, there's a really loud food truck
Right.
and it kind of takes away from the atmosphere.
Mhm.
So whatever we can do to keep it quiet would be really nice. And those are also it's more expensive, and I think there's probably a problem with some maintenance, but sometimes lit bricks from below are also nice to do the placemaking that we
Right.
might be seeking, especially if they're maybe blue and green, our colors, things like that. Since we're getting with the reds, if there's some way to get our colors into the town center, I think that would be a nice accent. Those are my thoughts for now. And then I think I said I'd recognize Councilmember Johnson, then Councilmember Fender. Councilmember
Thank
Johnson.
you. Thank you. So great presentation. I love the illustrations. It's looking fabulous. This is going to be a great amenity for our residents. I have a question, and a lot of really good questions so far tonight from my colleagues. But on page 13 with the lighting, I originally was going to say that I liked the two options up in the upper right-hand corner. But Councilmember Scroggins Johnson makes a really good point. Downlighting is important too. So are those the only downlighting options? You said that it was limited. Are those the only ones that are available?
No, there are more options on Duke Energy's website. I would say there's probably 15 or so options for fixtures. A lot of them are similar. I would say the ones shown here show the greatest range of differences between them. There are a lot that look like very similar to the one in the top right or the bottom left, just different variations of them. So I would say, if you're definitely leaning more towards something that is certainly more down lighting, like the one in the bottom in the middle or the bottom on the right, that's definitely feedback we can take and move forward with for the actual lights that are selected.
Okay, and is there the possibility of doing a mix, or is your recommendation to pick one fixture and stick with it through the whole project?
I think that's a good question. If you are going to do a mix, I think it might make sense to kind of separate it in areas where maybe you do one type of fixture in the more traditional parking lot area, kind of by the PSMS building, and then you have a different fixture that's maybe more decorative along the actual streetscape. That's something that's done pretty often. But I would say, like, for the streetscape zones, like the street lighting around Carolina Street and Foxglove, I would probably keep those consistent.
Okay, good point. Thank you. Yeah, and of the ones that are the down lighting here, I don't like the one in the middle on the bottom. I do like the one all the way to the right on the bottom. But okay, and one more question about streetlights. The poles then, are the poles going to be, because I assume these are all black. I mean, the picture is black. Are the poles going to be black as well?
Yeah, the poles that they offer are black. There are some that are more, I would say, traditional and kind of decorative. You know, they complement the fixture that's in the bottom left the best. I probably wouldn't pick a pole like that for like the fixture in the bottom middle. For something like that, there's more of a just straight tapered pole that would probably fit with that fixture a little bit better. But there are several different options depending on like what style fixture you go forward with that would complement each one, better or worse depending on your pick.
Okay, thank you. And then last about the poles, there are some towns that, and I don't know if this is an add-on to the pole or if the pole comes with it, but they have the ability to do like hanging flower baskets. Is that an add-on, or does that how the pole comes, or do you even know the answer to that question? Because and I will tell you in all honesty, because I'm thinking it would be really nice to have hanging flower baskets around as well.
Yeah, that is something that's done sometimes, and I think I would have to research on the Duke Energy fixture specifically to see if that's something that they have as an option. They might not, just because like the poles are typically still owned by Duke Energy and leased to you guys. So I would think that potentially adding something like a flower basket might, you know, void some sort of maintenance or warranty on it. But I can certainly look into that if that's something that you guys are interested in, or even a lot of times you'll see like the banner arms on there.
Yes.
That's another thing that we could consider as well.
Yeah, good point. Banners too. Yeah, good point. Okay. All right, thank you. Those are the only other items that stick out in my mind right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Fender, please, followed by Councilmember Rao.
So speaking of lighting fixtures, I did not give my input on those, and I do prefer the one on the right bottom. And I'm assuming it looks like these are all LED. And I think there was one more question. Oh, with regards to solar, I was going to suggest we do the solar like along at foot level or in flower beds, that kind of thing. I don't think we want to use solar for street lighting.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Councilmember Rao, please.
Maybe this has been addressed, but I mean, I think this is great. I love everything the way it looks. The main thing that I wanted to ask was, and maybe this has been mentioned before, but one of the really important things I want for this town center is to really differentiate kind of like what Morrisville is known for. And one area where we're really distancing ourselves from other towns in the region and the state is in our IoT, our smart city programs. So I was curious as to whether or not maybe the LED technologies that you're using would automatically embed like sensors and things like that so that we could actually capture traffic and energy efficiency and those kinds of things, which could be linked to our smart city dashboard. I don't know whether I know that there's some limitations on lighting poles and, the DOT roads, but since most of this is a town-owned road, I didn't know if that's something that we could consider. And I'm sorry if I'm getting down to the weeds, but I just thought that would be a really, really cool feature.
Yeah. So even if we aren't able to necessarily like incorporate that on the Duke Energy poles, that's definitely something that could be done elsewhere, on other fixtures in the park. But we can certainly look into that. I'm glad you brought it up.
Yeah, I mean, our IT our team's probably already thinking about it, but knowing them, but that's something I would like us to look at.
Okay, I believe everyone's had a first round, so I'm going to recognize Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, followed by Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson, please.
I agree. I think I like the bottom right because it looks modern and at the same time more traditional, so it kind of mixes the blend into it. Some other things were like, ensuring we have cameras, just not like security cameras, but where people can log in and look at what's going on, that would give an excellent view of the whole landscape of that street. Because that's more of a marketing tool where, like I always look at the beaches during the hurricanes, what does it looks like, so it would be good the same way, like to see. Wi-Fi is good in this whole area. I don't know, we can work with Google or, to have that. They have all these kind of plans that they work on. And then coming to the lights again, if we can have the lights which are multicolor LEDs where we can use that for the theme, like, July 4th, Juneteenth, you have Diwali, you have, this area has so much diversity packed into it. We can use the colors of their countries or, kind of the occasions, and that would go really a long way because we are not Empire State Building or that kind of a thing, but in our own small way, that if we can make that, would be really good, especially during, like, when people are crossing, like passing on Town Hall or the Foxglove, like those areas, if they keep that consistency, then people say, oh, yeah, someone was saying, right, I don't know who was saying, but in the Pathfinders, it is more important to ensure most of the traffic is on Morrisville Carpenter. What would attract them to come inside here? So some kind of path making or something has to be there. Hey, today at downtown we are having this. So when people read through it, then it will be pretty. Some places where you can have that, or someone is walking, they can say, okay, this week these are the things. Like Box Yard is very good in publicizing and telling what is coming, but many people don't look at it. But if there's something kind of a board you can do, that would be very helpful.
Are you thinking of like a some sort of a high-tech bulletin board?
Yes, like
yes. So
Fenton has it, right? You can take a picture, it basically gives you a touch screen, something kind of that.
Yes, we're already starting to look at that. We have
Okay.
A couple of different locations across the park that we're looking to put those.
Perfect. That would be good. But also that's when you're in there. But something on the street to pull people inside would also be good. All right, thank you.
May I suggest something to think about as we're going forward? As there's been a lot of great discussion on the lighting, so there is a little bit of a difference, and it is a technicality, but maybe something we want to talk about. So the bottom right fixture is a downward-facing fixture, but it's what they call a cutoff light. So there's no light that really diffuses. Where the bottom left could be a downward-facing light, but it lights up the globe, so the globe kind of glows. So is there a thought or a preference on a cutoff light so you're not seeing the globe, or do we want that globe kind of a look to have that kind of a warm feel?
I guess the question is, how can we efficiently light the area to make it safe and make sure that people feel safe? Like if that's only doing a small pool of light on that part of the sidewalk, maybe that's not ideally what we're looking for, but I understand the light pollution that people are talking about. So why don't we all kind of react? Can you explain the cutoff and what that's going to look like?
There would have to be photometrics run, and Duke Energy would be able to provide those. But with the downward facing light, you're going to be getting relatively the same spread. But a diffuser might throw it a little bit differently or possibly limit it a little bit differently too. So I think we would have to look at what light fixtures, other downward facing lights are available, and we could start looking at the photometric spread, to make sure that there's proper lighting. And it could mean, if it's something that you wanted, one or the other, the one with the globe or the cutoff, it might mean that you need a couple more poles in the stretch to get the lighting at the ground that you want. So I think it's if there's a look that you want, either cutoff or the globe, we can work on specifics on the lighting levels.
Well, you're the one who first brought it up, so I'd like to recognize Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson about your thoughts.
So I've seen communities that have a mix. A lot of like the real center of the downtown or a business area would have those down ones so that you visually know you're in the center. And then they would have up lights to kind of guide you in. And they wouldn't have them super high beam. LEDs can be very bright, which is why I'm the one that suggested that we look at downlighting, because it could be a very intense experience. Just look at the headlights on cars nowadays, right? So, but I think a mix might be good. And we're also considering costs. So if we needed more poles because the downlight spread wasn't enough, then we're inadvertently raising our costs and carrying costs from Duke Energy because they're happy to bill us, right? But I would say if we could focus on the center with having a lot of downlights with the up lights, which probably are less expensive, having those on the perimeter might be helpful. Just maybe an example would be good to have the council react to, if you will. Or maybe it's the inverse. Maybe we have the globe lights on the inside because it creates a more intimate experience, and the outside kind of says, hey, I'm Morrisville downtown, come see, like Mayor Pro Tem Garamella said. If I may, I'd also like to thank Councilmember Johnson for saying she wanted some baskets, because although we can't have the baskets from the light poles, it illustrates the fact that we want to create a welcoming environment that is fresh and can be refreshed. So the banners that we currently have on our light poles throughout the town is an excellent thing that we could carry forward in the downtown lighting and make sure that we have banner capabilities with the downtown, because we're going to switch those up probably even more frequently than we do our town banners. I also like the idea of having different color options, because we have a lot of different events, holidays, honoring different situations, and it would be nice to have the ability to choose if we wanted to. I've seen like the town lights have red and green sometimes, or different colors like that. Again, that's a cost possibly, and we'd have to pick and choose where that would occur. So I just wanted to talk about banners, but the light mix would be helpful. Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to recognize Councilmember Rabati, who hasn't had a chance to speak yet, and then Councilmember Fender.
I agree with quite a bit of what's been said, but the discussion of the hanging plants on the lights did make me just want to reiterate that I think that we should be taking every opportunity that we can to emphasize that the downtown is the center of a town that cares about sustainability, that's environmentally conscious. So whether that's hanging plants, whether it's natural walls, whatever wherever we can put something green, something solar, I definitely think that we should be leveraging those opportunities.
Councilmember Fender, please.
I just wanted to mention that is this on? Yeah. These LED fixtures come in two different wattages, 50 and 150. So if we're concerned about them being too bright, we could always use the 50 wattage or just determine which one is really needed where.
Yeah, that's a great point. So when we move forward and work with Duke Energy, we'll certainly run the photometrics, and that'll be a much more very technical illustration of how the light's being spread, and at that point we could evaluate which one makes most sense.
Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, please.
Talking about sustainability, I think just an idea to be more creative whenever, when there's all these shops, like the cottage shops and all those things. The shade structure, if we can have solar panels on top of it, that it would be really cool because it creates a shade, but at the same time, it's you can divert some of that electricity either into different place, like a back inverter, and then use it for uplighting. It could be used for any other ways to basically do a power charge with the batteries completely. Get with Nano Forge, they're in the area. They would be more than happy to give their creative juices of how the solar can be captured into a battery and then use it back in the nighttime. So those technologies will be really nice to use in terms of sustainability, because there's a lot of brainchild in Morrisville, and especially with the semiconductors and the battery is completely new technology, and they would like. In fact, we had a call in the same table that they are more than happy to be partners in any way they could. I think this would be a good place they can put their name to.
Councilmember Rabadi, please.
I'm just wondering, are there specific questions that you're looking for us to answer? What exactly are we, I love everything, obviously. I'm thrilled that you're back, but I guess I'm not entirely clear on what the goal is of this session. Are you looking for us to react to, are we actually picking light fixtures tonight? Are we, what is the goal exactly?
Yeah, I think, light fixtures were something we didn't specifically touch on last time. So if we can get a, general idea, consensus on which one you prefer the most, or elements that you like the cutoff option, or talking about the intensity of the light. Those are definitely things that we can use to move forward with. And then as far as the rest of the presentation, it's really just taking the feedback we received last time, implementing it on the concept, and then showing it how it lays out for the whole corridor to make sure you guys, are in agreement and that you want us to keep moving forward in this direction for the streetscape elements.
Did you want to add something?
No.
You're just doing that with the speaker. Okay. So I just had a couple of thoughts. I really like the idea of having the traditional bottom left around the green as kind of a welcoming, and then it throws light also on the cottage buildings and stuff. It doesn't just go down. So that would be my thought. I'm very much amenable to the idea of also having the downlighting around the edges and stuff like that along the streets, the approaches. That could be pretty stunning in that way too. Also had a couple of thoughts about, let's have smart poles. In Taiwan, they had a pole that had lots of different stuff on it. So if Duke's not able to do it for us, let's take the next step and get our Smart City Committee really looking at what we can do on the poles and make it really a modern thing that sets us apart. Also, I love the idea of having different colored lights abilities. Like other towns have their water tower that they can light up for graduations, or their fountain. I understand we might do some of that with our water feature, but also to be able to change the colors of the lights around the green would be nice. Also to synchronize that to music, like they have at the Bellagio with fountains and colors. Something like that would be the next step up, but that would really set us apart. Not like those things that you see the speakers light up to the music you're playing. I mean, that's a little kitschy, but if we could do something that was really interesting, like the 4th of July that Mayor Protem was talking about, it'd be nice to have red, white, and blue lighting around the green, for example. Something like that would be really stunning. Also, I know that there's like speakers that look like rocks and things like that. I think our town green should have music around it, ambient music, and doing that now would be better than trying to put that in later. So those were just some of my thoughts. So do you need us all to sort of really react to the lights at this time?
I think that would be helpful, yeah.
Okay, so you heard mine. Who would like to share their thoughts about lights so that they can sort of move forward on that? Well, we kind of already did. Have you heard what you need to hear?
Yeah, I think so. I think the only person that has not given a specific thought on these exact fixtures, yes,
Steve.
Councilmember Rao.
Not to call anyone out. I was trying to be gentle.
I like, excuse me, I like the two to the right. I like that, and then
Top or bottom?
the top. And as we look at downlighting, I would prefer the globe concept. I just like it, the concept. Yeah, my mic was on. It was on. I just turned it off. Ms. Johnson. Councilman.
So circling back to you, do you guys feel like you have what you need?
Yeah, I will I'll confirm with the SING team, but at least what I'm hearing is the streetscape itself, the general design, materials, there seems to be general consensus that that's good for the SING team to move forward with. Again, understanding that's at their own risk while we're pending those final cost estimates, but that will at least allow them to move forward with their site plan. And then we will take your feedback into consideration on the lighting, and maybe when we bring back the development agreement or at another time, just circle back with you on kind of what we heard and how we've responded to that.
If I could just react to that statement, could we go to the one that has the Foxglove and Carolina intersection? Would there be interest from the council to have some kind of M in that? This is like the intersection for our area. Okay, that's one no. I think this would be an opportunity, though, to do something with patterns.
I like what you're saying, but when you walk on the street, that M is only from the top view, from here. But people will not even know that you have put an M on the street when they're walking.
It's just there's, I should have brought an example. Reedsville has like a little R in the middle, and it's like in all their placemaking.
Yeah, I don't actually think that's true, Satish, because I've seen it in other places where if you're standing, like if you're standing on one of the, at the edge of one of the crosswalks, when you look into the intersection, you can see that it's, I mean, you can see that what the thing is underneath is.
Yeah, but this is going to be a very busy intersection too. Like people with not like somewhere where it's not like less. You can see more of it. Otherwise, like cars are just.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I don't really have an opinion on that. But I'm saying that it's. I don't think it's correct to say that you can't tell that it's an M unless you're looking at it like from a drone. You really can. It's just that, as you say, it's going to be a busy intersection. Is this the right place for it? Is a valid question. So.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, and then I'll recognize you, sir.
Well, everyone that knows me knows I love M's. So my concern is the cost, because it's not just the installation of the M, it's also the maintenance. And if there's a need to maintain the road, then there's going to have to be some logistics. Maybe we get a price on it, but that might not make the final cut. But I would be open to at least hearing some pricing on it.
Yeah, I'm just all for simplicity. I think having an M everywhere is kind of tacky.
Where else is there an M?
Well, he might
That's-
have something
well,
to add
that's
to
what I
say
was
he's
going
going to
to
shut it down
add.
or
So
whatever.
through the process, we've identified a few different M's in an abstract way. If you remember the arches that are the artwork, those are M's. The support brackets at the stage, we did that in a way that there are identifiable M's. So we've placed these M's in different forms, not necessarily a traditional M like the Morrisville logo is currently. So I actually had a thought on this image here. You see the crisscross pattern. If you looked at any one of those intersections, you can kind of make an M. And you could do that with the white, see the white dot, the intersection that has the white dot? You could do the M shape out of the white instead of the darker, and you could do one at each intersection. So as you're pulling up to the intersection, you could see that M, but it's hidden in that crisscross, but it would, if you can picture what I'm trying to describe. So,
And if I squint my eyes just
well,
right.
did that make sense at all in the,
No.
I don't know if you can use the mouse to point what, if, hopefully. So, okay. So here, like, you got one leg, 2 legs, 3 legs, 4 legs to do an M. And you could do that at every intersection. We could do the pattern. So it's very subtle. It's very abstract. And, you know, I was thinking as my brain was thinking of this, you could do a little thing for the kids. How many M's can you find around Morrisville? And they're hidden, but because they're different ways of emulating an M. So it was just a thought, since it was brought up, and we don't want to, you know, is a direction an issue? Do we want to be, if we want to do just an M in the middle, but, you know, is there a different way we could approach it?
Are we not also like the benches having M on it? Because that's what I thought.
I think that was discussed at one time.
Yes,
Yeah.
so like all the benches around that area.
Yeah.
There we have in the UDO like has to have M or something long time ago. Exactly.
I would also say that our stormwater has the big M that you don't see unless you're up higher, but we use it to good effect. So there's just different opportunities, but I like the idea of maybe seeing some possibilities if it's not going to cost us a huge amount of money or something, you know.
In this one instance, I would prefer the actual M from the logo rather than an abstract M. That's just my opinion, but I think that if we're going to do one non-abstract M, this might be the place to do it.
Okay, so we were clear and now we're fuzzy again. So you're welcome.
We talked an hour on it, I think.
Yep.
I think we can, we can certainly look at, you know, adding the M into the design, you know, so that maybe it's just the center 4 quadrants, you know, that would be kind of right in the middle there. I think it makes sense to have the M kind of facing the park, so as you're entering or exiting the park, that's kind of how it's oriented. But that's certainly something that we could, you know, look at as we're moving forward with the costing and such.
And I guess to that point, to have, if you're going to have one M, you may want to place it in a way that from Google aerial view, it's the right side up and you can see it. Being from Detroit, Little Caesars Arena, they put the Little Caesars logo on the roof, but it's upside down. So it's just, yeah, so that's a good point.
Or a hologram, big hologram.
If I may, I'd like to recognize the town manager, please.
Just a quick sort of, I think, associated comment is we want to also keep in mind maintenance. So that's going to be, you know, somebody, probably Public Works, keeping up with that. And if it's subtle, that's probably not as bad. But if you're going to put that M in the middle, just also be thinking about how does that wear? What does that look like after a year, after 5 years? You know, what's the cost of keeping up with that? Do you have to replace whole portions of that? None of that's to say don't do it, but want you to think about not just installing it, but maintaining it and how much that costs over time as well. Thank you.
Yeah, because Carrie had that issue on Academy Street, so that's a very good point. I think we're good. Michelle, if Michelle says we're good, we're good.
I think we have what we need. So thank Melissa and the rest of the team for all their hard work on this. Really exciting to see it come together, and we will check back with you on some of these final details as we go along. But do want to hand it over to the Jay Davis team, or I'm not sure if Todd or someone else will be giving who exactly on the team, but to go over the renderings for the mixed-use building and give you an opportunity to see those and ask questions about those. Can we bring up that other presentation, Bianca? Thank you.
How's the temperature for everybody? Everybody okay?
And I could move through the slides for you again.
Okay, I'm going to face this way so that the microphone's in front of me. So with me tonight, I think this is the first time everyone has seen Laurent DeCamomon. Did I pronounce it? Was that close? DeCamomon, with Jay Davis, and so he's been on the project, the chief architect from the beginning. So he's been overseeing the entire design process from the start, and so what I wanted to do is first to go through very high level. Everybody knows the site plan, but I just put this in here so that we could flip back to it if we wanted to. So on this first page, page 3, this is all 4 elevations in one snapshot. But because these are large elevations, the sheets that come after this, they get broken apart. So to see them larger scale, you can't get them all on one sheet, so they kind of get broken. So the very top view is Town Hall Drive, and the idea behind this, and I would like this conversation to be loose. Lauren, step in anytime you want to add something. So what we were doing on this side, what you're seeing is on the right is the side that is more or less going to be behind the library. So we sort of, for this elevation, we took the library out, and so what you're seeing on the right with that brace, that zigzag brace, is behind the library. And then the tan-colored brick facade and the darker elements behind it, that's going to be the area that's up against Town Hall Drive. So if you look at the little key plan below to the left, there's the west, that's that side. So that's Town Hall Drive, and what we wanted to do was on this side, and then you'll see on Carolina Street, we wanted to more play off and reflect the library without trying to duplicate what that elevation looked like. So if you look at the bottom, I'm going to go a little bit out of order. That's Carolina Street. So again, sort of opposite of how I described the top one, the side on the left is behind the library.
When you're speaking, can you take the cursor like a mouse and roll over it so it's easy?
Can everybody still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So this side here is behind the library. And then this is the main side that will be up along Carolina Street. And again, you see the colors of the retail area that's all brick. That brick color is to complement the library. And then we have, this is the roof area here. This area in the center is kind of pushed behind. We have 3-dimensional renderings that you'll see in a second. And then these two, and again, you'll see this more in the 3D image, those two legs here that are kind of coming out. There was an idea of a sunflower, if you can picture a sunflower, and Laurent might be able to explain this better. The petals of a sunflower, how it faces the sun, these elements kind of face the park in the same way. So you'll see some 3-dimensional recess areas that kind of play off of a sunflower. That was one of the ideas. So this here is Jeremiah Street. So this is where we changed our materials a little bit. We still have the darker colored, this is a cement siding. We're using cement siding in a few areas. There are cement panels that are flush, and then there are also cement panels that are like a lap siding, like a shiplap siding. And we do have some samples of the actual material. These are not absolute selections, but they are the very close ones that we've been leaning towards. Final ones will come when we price this out as well and see what's available, but this is the guide. So this is Jeremiah Street. What we wanted to do here is to play a little bit more off the residential that's behind it, a little bit more of the brick colors there, and also to differentiate. This is a larger building, so the redder brick there versus the tanner brick that's on the park side. And then this elevation here is Foxglove. And this is one where you can kind of see where it transitions from the red to the tan. And so you've got the red brick, a lighter colored cement siding here, and then this element here that you'll see in the 3D, it's a little bit floating, so we treated that differently with some architectural fins. So here are the elevations blown up a little bit at scale. And I won't spend a whole lot of time on this, but this is the side that's facing Carolina Street. So that's going to be a very prominent elevation. And you can see the amount of brick that we have here. This is all cement siding there, and then these areas are the cement siding with the fins. So here's the three-dimensional rendering of Carolina Street. So you can see how much brick we have along this main retail area, and you can kind of see how this is that sunflower that I was talking about, where you can see the side of this is sort of like a warm tone, and then you've got this darker on the exterior of that. And then the balconies and all the glass are recessed. And these areas, you can see how much glass there is. That is, again, all facing the park. So we're trying to make the building reflect how important the park is. And these are the only couple of elevations that do that. We don't do that full glass wall on any other elevation, just the ones that are facing the park. Well, this is all just retail commercial space. So, it depends on the client. And this is actually where the town is going to be leasing 4,000 square feet from. But yes, there could be other merchandisers and everything else that go into there. So here's just a slightly different view spinning around. The library is you can see the library corner just right here. And you can kind of see here those fins. These are vertical fins on this elevation here that when the light comes around will really make that elevation kind of pop and have some character and texture. And here's an enlarged elevation of Jeremiah Street. You can see the darker cement board siding, the amount of red brick, and then there's a lighter colored material in here on the upper floors. And then this is the partial elevation of Town Hall Drive. This is the section that's going to be facing Town Hall Drive. So again, if you see up on the top left, it's this elevation right there, and the library is right here. So we're just showing this because it's going to be a more prominent elevation. So this is a 3D view looking across Town Hall Drive. So you have the library here. This is that finned elevation. This is the entrance into the library now with parking. And this is the drive that will go straight into the parking structure. And then you've got the brick element here with cement siding there. This is the corner of Foxglove going off to the left, and I'm sorry, Jeremiah going off to the left, and Town Hall Drive would be on the right. So you can see this corner here and how this transitions from the more tan brick to the red brick that goes down Jeremiah Street. This is the corner of, on the right is Jeremiah, and then the left is Foxglove. And how this is much more in the realm of a more red brick that you'll see in the townhomes behind. So this is the Foxglove elevation. And then this is a 3D view of Foxglove on the right and Carolina on the left. So you can see the retail plaza here and what that is going to be looking like with the different, there's a lot of grade elevation in here, so there's some tiering that had to happen. So we have some landscape areas, there'll be some steps and some ramps, but the tan colored of the elevation here, this is the one where you can see how these elements here with these vertical fins, this pops a little bit more so you can see how that looks. And that is everything.
Where's the parking? Sorry.
The park is here towards us.
The parking deck.
Oh, the parking deck. Yeah, so the parking deck is completely hidden. It's,
Yeah.
it's fully wrapped by the building.
So where's the entry for it?
The entry is right here.
Okay, got it.
There's one entry there and then the other entry from.
The other entry is it's over here.
Okay, got it.
So driving around, you won't see like a parking structure.
Awesome.
Councilmember Rabadi, please.
Specifically, the view from Town Hall Drive, to me, yes, that one. To me, it looks more so than any of the others, extremely utilitarian, and I don't love this. This specifically, I really like the first one. Where there was more glass and there was more, I felt, yeah, these views, I really like those, but from Town Hall Drive, which is the main, like most people will see this entire project from Town Hall Drive, and to me, this doesn't have the character or the architectural interest of the other areas. And just this, I have some concerns about this view specifically. The others I really do feel are, especially the first ones I really like, and the glass and the different heights, and I really like all of that. But then I feel like we really lose that in this view specifically, whether it's because I don't know what this is. Maybe is it just apartments or what the problem is, but I feel like we have some work to do here, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think part of the issue is the program. This is all just residential versus, on the other side we have all the retail, which is all the glass. So part of this is the program, but it's definitely the more challenging side, because the other two sides are either residential streets, with the stoops, and the red brick, and then we have the very public side on the park. So this one is, it's on a busy road, and it's definitely challenging because of its location and the fact that it's all residential.
Well, but what was the thinking behind putting all the residential on the most public street of the entire project? Like, to me, this, which is arguably the face of the entire project, does not make me want to see like what's back there. It doesn't make me think there might be an awesome park back there, great shops. I feel like it looks very much like just an apartment complex. Like, what was the thinking behind, like, this should be the place for all the residential?
Well, let me just go over to the site plan, and this is
Okay.
So, in all of your comments are good, and I think that we do have a little bit of work to do there. But the elevations that you're looking at, which happens to be this one here, is up here. So this was defined, this block A, as we've called it, as block A is the area of the mixed use and the residential.
Right, and I hope you can appreciate the fact that when I see, like, a slide like this top one that says, oh yeah, there's going to be residential here, to me, I don't translate that in my mind into the fact that it's just going to be straight walls and windows, and there, and that all the architectural interest is going to be on the other side. Mm-hmm. So to me, that's quite a surprise to see that kind of the face of the project is going to be what looks to me like kind of a standard apartment building. It is a little bit disappointing given the creativity and the energy we've seen from the team.
Okay. Good points.
Which, as I say, I like a lot of what's here, very much. All of the other elevations I do want, I want to go shop there. I want to go, I want to go eat there. But that one particularly concerns me. Thank you.
Councilmember Fender, followed by Councilmember Johnson, please.
Yes, I have a similar view as Councilmember Robati on this side by Town Hall. To me, it looks like it's a hospital. I think it would, I guess maybe it depends on the layout of the apartments inside, but it just looks very institutional. I don't know why why you wouldn't see more balconies out on this side or French doors leading to your balcony. Yeah, I'm not.
I can speak, and this is our problem 100% and not yours, but I could just at least address so that there was thinking behind it.
Mm-hmm.
There are some stipulations if we proceed with a HUD construction loan that you cannot have residential within so many feet, I'm sorry, I should say it this way. You cannot have exterior balconies if you're within so many feet of a major gas line. We are, and it goes right along Town Hall Drive. So we had to design this because we won't know their take until we get to the third of 3 parts of an application, which we're about to enter. So we had to design this so that the balconies were all inside. So if they said you can't have balconies, we're going to close those up, and now that becomes extra space for the units. So I only shared that, so we did think about that.
All right.
So
I was
anyway.
wondering if there's something else you can do to make it look less,
Good point.
less like a mental institution or something. And then I guess I had comments with so I agree with Councilmember Robati in that the rendering of the retail space does hold a lot more interest with the what you're calling the fins along the side and the glass, and I like all of that. But then the side view that faces Jeremiah and Foxglove, all that red brick, like right there, reminds me of my college dorm. And it reminds me of my son's college dorm now, too. Here, this doesn't look like a hospital, but it looks like very institutional still, or utilitarian. That looks like a dorm on a college campus right there. So it just doesn't look very friendly.
Yeah, we're still playing with the amount of brick, like the ratio of brick to panel, and I think that, we were just talking about that, how that corner maybe is a bit heavy with, too much masonry.
Yeah, I just don't know if there's other, I'm not an architect, so I don't know the right words, but I just don't know if there's other design elements that could be done to soften that a bit.
Well, we could make it more vertical, like on the left, right? Like this kind of vertical base. Is that better? Does it read better, or?
I guess I don't know exactly what you mean.
Like those, the brick pieces that are more vertical.
Oh.
Is the issue that,
Oh, yeah, like so it's only one column?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would help break it up.
So I guess
so it's
maybe
not all one.
I think maybe, is it this large mass here?
Yeah, yeah.
More so than these where this is broken up?
Well, that
So
ain't the greatest either, but yeah. What about if you just make the brick in one column, one solid, those 4 levels right there? I mean, at the end of the day, it's your design. So I don't
Well,
want to
no,
mess
these,
up
these are all
with
good.
your
These are all good comments.
creation.
No, these are all good comments.
Just there's some way you could soften it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson, followed by Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
Thank you. So if we could go to the slide that says view from Carolina Street. When I look at that view from Carolina Street, it has a great deal of interest. I know you talked about all the glass, but it also has like recessed, and part of it comes out, and then there's that kind of octagon shape on that one kind of corner. So this has great interest. But then when we look at, if we go to the slide, view from Town Hall Drive, the one we keep talking about, that is not appealing at all. I don't know what, and I will tell you, it looks very modern to me. And when we, back in the other conversation we just had, we talked about how with the streetscape that we like the traditional look with just some modern accents. And yet this looks incredibly modern to me and very uninteresting. And I'm sorry, I just got to be blunt. So I don't know if it's the colors or the lack of, and I don't have the right words either, shape to it. It just looks like a block. That's not really not what we're looking for, I think. It does look like a large mass. So, and I realize, I realize you said in the presentation that you were trying to match with the library too. So I understand that because the library has a different kind of color and look to it. But if we could somehow get rid of these large mass kind of looks, and I agree with Councilmember Fender, it looks like it could be just a dorm. And so that kind of is concerning to me. I would like to see just some more architectural features and some more, I don't know, changes in the shape. And that, again, that's probably the wrong kind of phrasing to use too. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that was part of the issue is, matching the library, because, this is the side wall of the library. The library faces, perpendicular to it. So I think we're trying to mimic that, but maybe we can revisit it. And but that was definitely the inspiration, because this is a busy street, so the library just has a a screen wall, and then the entrance is all glass, on the side road there. So we were trying to do the same thing with the building.
So can I ask one more question too? Is this like designed off something else that's already built somewhere? Because oftentimes, when you see something flat like this, it kind of loses a translation. Is there somewhere something similar is built that we could go, or I could go take a look at?
I really don't think there is, unless you have something in your portfolio, but I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not really sure, no.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, please.
Thank you. So I'm going to differ a little bit from my fellow council members. I like the fact that we kind of took the library facade into consideration, because as you walk from the library, you kind of get a bigger, the library is only a single and a half story, and then this is much, 4 stories kind of thing. If we could and it's a smoother, it appears smoother, but it's like, you want to get energy after the library. There's a lot of energy in our community from the library. They're doing great programming. People like to visit there and so forth like that. How do we visually translate energy from the library into the exterior of an apartment building? I think it's really super hard. And this is a good first pass, but we somehow need to create angles, depth, perception, without making it super expensive, so that the library kind of makes us excited about turning that corner and going into the downtown. So I think there needs to be some rework, but it can't be like 3 times the cost either. I like the color that you play off of with the library here, but the darker shades seem a little modern. So, and I noticed that you were strategic in having certain sides be that tan and brown, and yet when we asked about having the downtown be red brick and red accents, you literally did that with the interior, having the apartments having more of the red brick and red complementary accents. So you were trying to create that experience visually as well. And I appreciate that, but somehow we need to add some energy to the roadscape here in Town Hall. Really love the commercial glass experience, because that really does give a signature feel to the downtown. But I don't know what to articulate, but I think you can kind of, give us a little bit more interest so that we can get excited about going around the corner, if you will. Thank you.
So I'll add just a couple of things, then Mayor Pro Tem Garamella. So I see this as along a busy road. There's no on-street parking there. I think it's interesting enough. I mean, I would love to see like a mural or something on that. That would really introduce us into the town center, because everyone coming from the north would see that first. I think we're all pretty happy with the library, and that's just pure modern. That's just a little box. So, and they're trying to match that. I'm sorry? Well, okay, well, the side facing town hall, I think they're doing a good job just trying to mimic it. So I see where they're coming from. I see some M's in there. I guess my main thing that I want to share is that we can make it more interesting if you give it some depth or something. And it's nice that it matches the library. It's a bigger version, and then we're going to a smaller version, and then we're going to the park. So there's a good transition there. But if we were willing to do some kind of colorful mural, I think that would make it interesting to everybody to drive by and to walk by, and that could be the welcoming into the town center. And we do have murals now, and that could be a really big, stunning one. If we want to do something really interesting, that would be placemaking in and of itself, a mural on that big building. Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, followed by Councilmember Rao.
My fundamental question is, how much input do we have in all this? Because it's your project, right? And I wanted to ensure like we don't come and muddy the waters, because it's your design. Like we are giving inputs on the other side, where the downtown park, because that's where we have. So I wanted to be very upfront and honest, like what is the input and what is a must that have to do, because I don't know how the MOA is written, before we go in and say, I like it, I don't like it, because it's your building.
Well, I think Michelle can elaborate on it, but from a technical standpoint, it's all of the comments here are for discussion. None of them are binding, like if it was part of an approval process. Is that more or less correct, Michelle? But I think the discussion that's been taking place is really a good one, because you are all wanting the best for the park area as well, and so we want to make sure that this is right for this whole area. So I think all the points that have come up are good ones that we will go back and take that and see how we could make it better.
Okay,
So,
because I wanted to hear that from you, because I was not sure we're all giving this, and but end of the day, it's yours. It's good that you're ready to hear our feedback and work on it.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
At the same time, okay. If that's the case, then I would be selfishly saying because in Griffin's on Cary Parkway, you have those monuments that you put at the intersection of Evans and
Oh, yes.
Western Parkway. So that at the start of the building where you have that road, because my fear is people will just pass by, and the parking deck is so inside they won't even know where how to get in. And any monuments there which are there, I think, like where it's right behind the car that you're showing, at least to be precise, if you want to put the cursor on the black car.
This one here?
Yeah, around that area, the grass area, if you have a kind of.
And again, I hate to be technical, but that's the area where the gas pipe is.
Oh, is it?
And we can't do anything in that area.
Oh, it is so close?
Yeah, it really is.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I thought it was all on this side. Huh? It just grows in that way. Oh wow.
And it's a big gas pipe.
Okay, then it's a safety thing. Okay, got it. Yeah, then. But like, what if in the middle of that?
Yeah, I'm hearing what you're
yeah,
saying.
so
to
because
do
I want them to know, like, okay, it's coming, and like just boom, and then again they had to kind of.
And I think too, when we get to the next step, I think what we will do is share extended 3D renderings that could maybe address different views, like looking across Town Hall Drive towards the park. So you really see how that all connects when you're coming from the north downtown Town Hall Drive. So we could better visualize that look as you're coming into Councilmember Robin. Yeah. Rabati, her comment. So
yeah, and also, like, I understand your comment where you're trying to use the color of the library to mask on the other side too. That's like, it can complement too. It doesn't have to match it. To
well, and that was the
one,
idea.
too.
Is we weren't going to necessarily match brick. It was more or less a complement.
And so, from your technical point of view, we are going on aesthetic point of view. With the gas line, what is allowed, what is not allowed? Because I was always under the impression that the gas line was on this side, so not right underneath there.
It is. It's right along that curb line and our building.
And what does that entitle for? What can be done, what cannot be done in terms of? You said the balconies cannot be there.
Yeah.
And what are the other things they have said to you that you can do or cannot do?
Well, within the easement, we can't really do anything. I think they've allowed us to put dirt we can fill, but we really can't have trees or anything like that, because if they have to go in and maintain it, they don't want to rip anything out, especially if it's any kind of an emergency repair.
Got it.
That's why you're seeing a somewhat significant building setback.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can't we have like a streetscape on the walkway with trees on it, or that's also not allowed? I know the setback is there, and then there's the whole green is there, but where the walkway is there, the tip of it, you can't put trees there.
Trees, no. I think you can put, Melissa, we can put sidewalks, but no landscape.
So usually like in utility easements like that, they'll let you build things like sidewalks, parking lots. You can't really build any vertical structures like walls or signs or anything. As far as landscaping, Dominion Energy's requirements are more strict than a typical utility easement, unfortunately. Most utility easements, you can't do any trees, so that's this case as well, but Dominion even has pretty strict requirements even with shrubs, unfortunately. How we get around that a lot, we can do ground covers, ornamental grasses, just to have some height in the landscape, but they're pretty restrictive, unfortunately.
So it's interesting you say that. We just had a comment this public hearing that they don't even cut grass, which is like 5 feet in height, and they're putting all this restriction on you guys.
Yeah.
All right, that's all.
Councilmember Rao, please.
The first one, when you had the glass buildings and the the few slides before, it kind of reminded me of when you go into Wake Tech, and it's really an impressive kind of architectural kind of on their quad. Sometimes I wish when you went by Wake Tech on 54, that would be the first thing you could see. So a lot of people don't know that that's back there, and they go in. But I think it's really important. Maybe it's because you said the way I think what people are saying is they just would like this to be the first thing they see, possibly. But you've got the other structure, which isn't as impressive to me. But I don't know whether because these are 3D renderings, it's going to look different when it's all together in terms of which side you're coming in. But to me, that is very impressive when you're first coming in to seeing the structure. I don't know whether it's the glass, the way it's laid out, the light versus the darker shade in front with the light back. So, I don't know. That's just my take on it.
Yeah. Well, I know what we did do. We spent a lot of time on the sides facing the park for obvious reasons. And then when you turned around this corner here, going down this side, which is here, going back in here between the library and this facade. And then again, turning this corner from Carolina up Foxglove. So we kind of like wrapped that. I think what we did is what I was trying to say is we did this and then we wanted to downplay the other elevations because we wanted to show the prominence of the park. I think we took that maybe a little bit too far. So I think now we have to go back to those other sides that have been talked about and dress those up to make those a little bit more substantial. So.
We all had a chance. I just had 2 more points real quick. On a lot of these, I see W's instead of M's. I don't know if you can turn those over or if that's an engineering thing.
we can try it from a structural standpoint, yes.
And then going back to this picture tells it, that little elevated park, is that open to everybody or just the apartment residents?
That is internal to just the residents because it's a common area, and I think opening that up to the general public would be difficult from a security standpoint, and I really don't think we want, because then you get into elevators and security, and how do you keep general public from just entering the common corridor of the apartment building? Because elevators, somebody gets in that, like with a fob, they come into the corridor, they're a resident, somebody could just trail behind them very easily. But then also I think you want to keep all of the patrons of the park down at the park rather than up on a second level. But that was our approach. But just trying to differentiate and making sure that somebody from the public wasn't getting into the building was important.
Okay, I understand that. If there's any wiggle room, like if there's any retail up there, which would justify having that being like a raised park, I think that would be another.
Yeah, if we had retail, that would be different. But I think retail on an upper floor like that, it would be really difficult to lease, just because it wouldn't get the walk by traffic. Second floor retail struggles sometimes. So.
Okay. Just all our mixed use, I've been trying to make sure it's available to everybody, not just the apartments. So I just had to say it.
Yep.
Anyone else have any thoughts about this? You guys were just looking for discussion. We're not giving direction. This is your building. We're just trying to help you make it as good as you can.
No, that's very much appreciated.
Okay. Excellent. Great discussion. And we're ahead of the red line, just saying, by 3 minutes. Oh, there's a whole nother work session. Yeah, you're right. But that might be really quick. We'll see. Okay. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Look forward to seeing you again. Thank you for bringing all the materials as well.
And how is council doing? It is 9:37. We have another work session, but it is a little meaty.
So if I could, Mayor, as they wrap up, and again, thank you all, very helpful, appreciate it. We would like to introduce this next item to you. I think Michelle can do that in a reasonable period of time. And then I think that's just going to make a really big difference in you being prepared for a discussion on June 6th, rather than having to introduce it and then answer a lot of questions. This may give you a chance to look at it. If you have questions between now and the 6th, you can send those to Michelle. It'll help her be better prepared to, maybe go through the full conversation. But would really like at least to get this introduced. And Michelle, we can do that before 10.
Absolutely.
So if that's okay, we'd like to do that. We'll finish before 10, but I do think it's worthwhile getting that introduction tonight, and that gives you time to process, and because there's websites to look at, there's other information to look at, and this will direct you there, but I think it's worth 22 minutes of your time.
Okay, that sounds good. I see head nods from who's here, and we'll take a quick 5 minutes, and then we'll come right back.
Oh, it was really good. I'll show you a picture.
Did you get back this morning? Well, yeah, and my flight got delayed. I didn't arrive at 7. I arrived at 11. Yeah. Where was it? New Jersey. This is Are we looking at kids' pictures? You can look at it. That was this weekend. We went to a wedding. Look how big their kids are. Your daughter is beautiful. She's adorable. That's what her boyfriend says. They're really cute. And then let me show you the happy couple.
stamping on the mic. Yes. Your mics are working fine. You're bending every damn thing into it. Then he'll say the mic is not working. He makes it not work.
All right, here we go.
Okay, we're back. We're going to now talk about Duke Energy Transmission Corridor Study. I pass it to Michelle Stiegel, our Planning Director.
Thank you, Mayor. We did want to take some time to get council up to speed on the transmission corridor study that Duke is currently undertaking. This relates to a new substation that they have planned on Airport Boulevard. That substation is going to be the subject of a special use permit and a public hearing that is coming up before you. So just caution you, that is a quasi-judicial hearing. We should today's meeting focus on the transmission corridor and the siting of that substation. It is a separate issue that will be taken up by town council later. The corridor study does, however, assume approval of that new substation, and it looks at a variety of different routing options to get transmission lines from the substation site to the existing transmission corridor. So I'm going to go through a few different slides with you just to provide a little bit of additional background and context. But in terms of the timeline, the transmission corridor study is underway right now. Some of you were able to attend the public open house at HSNC that Duke hosted a couple weeks ago. They are in the middle of their public comments for the transmission corridor study. That public comment period ends on June 10th. So we're hoping to provide you at least a framework and some background about the study tonight. And then on June 6th, we will be looking for town council to provide some feedback so that the town can comment during that public comment period. And this is going to be a significant project. It will have a significant impact on the town. So important for the town council to weigh in, although ultimately the location of the lines is Duke Energy's decision. So I did hand out to all of you a copy of the routing study, a lot of different options being evaluated. Again, you could see with the black hashing the site that Duke Energy is looking at, and then in purple a variety of different routing options to get it over to their main line. And what they're trying to do is get lines from this potential substation site to connect somewhere to the red line that kind of goes up along here. So you can see that they're looking at a multiple number of different potential connection points, but getting over to this red line and the existing transmission corridor is their goal. I probably should have laid out the slides in a little bit of a different order, so I'm going to skip around a little bit. But in terms of the poles and structures that would go in those corridors and the amount of right-of-way or easements that would be needed, we did inquire with Duke Energy, and obviously a lot of it depends, and we did get that answer quite frequently of it depends. So generally speaking, if a transmission corridor line is located along an existing right-of-way, probably looking at a minimum of 35 feet of additional easement or right-of-way area that's needed, and you could be going up to 125-foot width if you're on private property. So you're looking at somewhere between 35 feet and 125 feet needed along these different routes and options. The poles that you see on the overhead are poles that could potentially be used along rights of way. This is not a standard. It is an option. But you could see a kind of monopole. It does have some significant height and mass to it, but this is an option along some of the rights of way. And your more traditional A-frame would be in that 125-foot width that you might more typically see along private property. And again, ultimately Duke Energy's decision, but as council is going through the materials, deciding what kind of comments you might want to make, if you have recommendations as to different pole styles in different locations, that would be something to consider. Just wait till I get through and then we'll take some quick questions. I did blow up some of the options just for context for town council. So the lines that you are seeing on the map are generic lines. The widths that you're seeing aren't necessarily the widths that would be shown. They would vary in different locations. But in terms of looking at potential impacts, blew up a few different areas to give town council some perspective. So if you go to the different routing options, I don't normally share my personal opinions, but I'm going to share some of that just to kind of get council thinking of different things. The shortest route is to get to this red line is obviously, going from the substation site, kind of heading west along one of these corridors. That is going to be the shortest. There's going to be the least amount of construction costs, least amount of land acquisition or easement acquisition. However, you'll notice that with a lot of those options, you have lines going by the TOD that is proposed, and you also have lines going through Church Street Park. And this is kind of a blow-up option of potential impact on the park. We did ask Duke Energy if this were an option that were selected, what does that mean for the parking lot? Again, the width is yet to be determined. There are options to put parking under easements, but just some of those things that you might want to consider: impact on TOD, impact on Church Street Park. As you're going to other areas, if you're looking along Paramount Parkway, we know we have a high school that's planned in that area, so something to consider there as well. And then along some of our major corridors, such as Chapel Hill Road, which is shown in some of the routing options, you are looking at a minimum of 35 feet of right-of-way acquisition beyond the new right-of-way. So Chapel Hill Road is proposed to be widened. That project is set to start next summer. With that new right-of-way line, a lot of those existing buffers are already being eliminated. So you'd be going another 35 feet beyond that. So just thinking of impacts to major gateways to the town and kind of that first image of the town as you're entering. So a lot of different kinds of considerations as you're looking at the different options. Just wanted to throw some of that out there to get town council thinking about different things. But the public comment period does end on June 10th. So at your next meeting, we are going to need some guidance from council as to what you want those towns' comments to be, so we could draft and get that letter in within the that public comment period timeframe. That is a broad overview. 9:54, so I'll take some quick questions.
I have a quick question. Because we recently had an expanded substation in a residential area, I would really like to see this not in a residential area, in that we would look for commercial areas that are naturally, and I know that they're looking at the least amount of cost with the shortest distance, but Airport Boulevard is not residential. It's wide open. It can support those kind of poles very easily. It's very nice and navigate, friendly. I would want a solution that would take advantage of Airport Boulevard far as 40, if possible.
I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Mayor Protem, you had something?
Michelle, a couple of questions I have. One is when you're saying they will be getting 35 feet of right-of-way acquisition, how does that affect any of the road projects or any of the other things? This is already existing, or they have to go acquire that additional 35?
It doesn't impact any of the existing road projects, and that new right-of-way is set. All the right-of-way has been acquired.
Okay.
So beyond that new right-of-way line, they would need a minimum of an additional 35 feet. And again, we've already wiped out buffers along portions of NC 54 with the
When you
widening.
say additional 35, give me, okay, take 54 at Sheets gas station for an example. So if that is there, they need additional 35 feet, which means that you're going right into the Sheets or technically our fire station. You're going right in. So what does it mean to us? That's what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, and Duke has indicated that they'll try to avoid buildings and things of that nature, but there are definitely some challenges along stretches of 54 where you're into parking lots, you are potentially into areas where buildings do exist.
They are not allowed to utilize street right-of-way for installation for this kind of utility. DOT would not allow them, so they do have to acquire more right-of-way starting at the edge of the new right-of-way from NCDOT.
So
They will generally try to acquire.
So can they do right of way, can they do eminent domain? Do they have the authority?
I believe they do. If for transmission lines, I understand they do.
And the thing I'm not able to understand is when the substation was coming, they were talking about these high transmission cannot be underground. Point well taken. When they're running these lines, they're taller than the regular ones, I assume, or are they regular that we are seeing on the street? So what is, you had a picture with the heights, right?
So these poles don't have a lot of information about height. There are these poles and then some similar ones that are showing going up to potentially 80 feet.
So 80 feet of one line or 80 feet of multiple lines?
80 feet of multiple lines.
So,
But that's yet to be determined how tall those poles would be. They are not that far along in the design. They need to pick a corridor first. They do plan to have a corridor selected by the fall.
So but technically where I'm trying to say is, are these carrying a lot of power that it cannot go underground or still in that same category? Because if, for example, the school, okay, it's on the Paramount, it's going from the school. If the school says, hey, we are stubbing it, is there a provision for them to go underground, or that's not even an option?
These cannot go underground.
Okay,
no.
so these are the high tension wires, not the regular street light, no, we see that, okay.
Correct. So think about, again, that transmission corridor that's next to the substation on Morrisville Carpenter Road. The poles look like this. It's just another option, but it is that significant high voltage line.
Okay, it's almost, you're saying it's the height of those ones, 60 to 65, so this is 80, so,
Yeah.
wow, okay.
I mean, this is going to have an impact on the town. You're taking a essentially built-out community and trying to retrofit in new transmission corridors. So all of these options are going to have an impact. It's just some will be worse than others.
From aesthetic point of view, how horrible does it look for the whole town? Because it's pretty much,
Yeah, it's not going to be good.
Okay, that's it.
I'll weigh in real quick. I tend to agree that Airport Boulevard to either Slater or 40 would be my preference at this time. I don't see how it would affect residences at all, other than some apartments up Slater. Seems like that is the less built-out area, and towards 40 is more industrial, commercial in any case. At all costs, I would like us to avoid Church Street Park and Chapel Hill Road for the reasons mentioned. Paramount, I'm very leery about. It's similar to Airport in that it's not as built out, but anything that might risk the high school or our new fire station up there is to be avoided. And I think we've generated some goodwill with them, and hopefully they'll listen to us this time around.
And as this goes through the process, there will also be public hearings at the utility commission level, so we'll be monitoring those too.
Does anyone have anything they want to say about any other routes? Would you say that we kind of had consensus on Airport Boulevard to either 40 or Slater? And we can instruct people to draft something? But would that be our preference?
Yes.
Of course.
As a council at this time?
Yeah, let's just go in, I mean, like we do have some say, and that's our preference.
If I can just offer, so I attended the open house, and I can just give you some examples of the feedback that they were receiving from some of the residents or business owners that were there. And they were taking notes of everything that was said. They were taking good note of individuals that were coming in and saying, I own this property and I am planning to do these improvements in the future, and I would like you to be considerate of the improvements that I am planning because I am making an investment. They consider that of value, and they are taking that in consideration. Very similar to the business owners that are saying, we are making this investment, we want you to take that in consideration. I think it's the same opportunity that as council you have of saying, hey, these are the investments that we are making in our community, and these are areas that we are concerned about, and we would like for you to take it in consideration. And I think we have the opportunity to make those comments very much as any other business owner also have the opportunity to make those comments. So I do feel like you have a say, and that's why we are definitely bringing it in front of you today, because it's an opportunity for us to provide some feedback to them into this process to allow them to take it in consideration.
Everything from here is a non-starter from our point of view, and I'm quite sure from the residents' point of view. So, like, yes, I mean, obviously, our purple march of 40 would be my preference if somebody needs me to say that. But from just a common sense point of view, like looking at this map, I can't even understand why anything over here would be on the table. Yeah. So that makes me.
Does that mean Paramount?
So I'm saying that anything, literally anything from here, anything from Airport Boulevard to the left is to me a non-starter from a resident point of view, from a business point of view, and so that makes me cynical in the sense of I don't even understand why we would need to say that. So,
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I'm just saying, I can't believe they heard anything different from any resident or business owner in Morrisville. So I'm perfectly willing to go through the motions, but I guess I'm just kind of wondering why it would even be necessary.
Well, it sounds like there's general consensus on, as you said, kind of right or east, going up Airport, Slater, 40 being the preferred options. So if you want staff to go ahead and draft some comments for you to review, we could take up less of your time moving forward.
I have a question. Okay, like I see all these spaghetti noodles all across. Okay, but what? It's a study, but does it mean like every purple, pink one are they running lines or are they, so what, where are they running lines to is my question.
They're running a single line from the red to the shaded black. And all the purple lines are the potential options of how that line can run. So there are many options on the map.
So see, Macraman, there's nothing on Macraman yet. There's no construction, TOD is coming in, so, and the flyover bridges there, use that to the closest, and then perimeter is again commercial, so run it straight through. But where are they tapping it from?
The red line.
Yeah, so.
There is an option to go south of Church Street Park as well.
Yeah, exactly. They can tap there. No, it's beyond Southern Lot. Might be that lady's property. But again, like this is just an overhead, right? They're allowing us to have parking or other things underneath it. Like we will also say we have an intent to put something underneath it. But again, then do we put any parks under the high tension wires is also a question for us. Okay, Liz has to say something.
Councilmember Johnson, please.
So thank you. So I like the idea of using Airport Boulevard and 40 for sure, but I think we also need to have some comments like we don't want any impacts to public facilities, including parks. We don't want impact, and I would put it that way. Not, please avoid, but we do not want impact to the TOD area, and we do not want impact to residential. I mean, I know we're only starting on the comments right now, but I would add all that. And then Michelle, I have a question. Style? Is there anything we can weigh in on there as well? Or is that kind of out of our hands, right? Especially right now?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch all of that.
So the pole, do we get to weigh in on the type of pole they use too?
If you have a preference for a specific pole to be used in a given area, I would suggest including that in your comments. Otherwise, I'm afraid that they will default to the H frame everywhere.
Yep. I think you're right. Yeah, I'm not sure how to word that either, but the least impactful pole, or however you word it, is desired. And I'm sorry, did you get the rest of my comments then about, no impacts to public facilities, residential, TOD?
We did hear that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It appears to be the least impactful. Would we have consensus that we'd like the single pole that only takes 35 feet, for example, rather than the A frame?
You want me to repeat? Okay, Liz. Okay, so I'll repeat. I was saying if the idea is to tap the red line, I would tap it at the Slater Road intersection there, and then go all the way to Airport. To that black box, then pretty much you're leaving the rest of the town out. There is no internal lines and no Chapel Hill, nothing, all that is eliminated.
Okay, and wording it like we like to avoid impact. These are our investments. I think all of that, I think staff will do a really good job drafting something for us to review on the 6th.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, great job. Okay, we're going to move on to council comments.
Oh, man.
I have a page, so I'll say no comments tonight.
No comments.
This time, can we have Councilmember Rabati, followed by Councilmember Fender?
No comments, Mayor, thank you.
Councilmember Fender, followed by Councilmember Rao.
No comments.
Councilmember Rao, followed by Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
Just want to thank everyone for coming out for the AI Summit. I'll be posting the link for everyone to listen from John Chambers, and that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Garamella.
No comments, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Garamella, followed by Councilmember Johnson.
I just want to thank staff for working with the Sri Lanka team. They did a wonderful job. I think without pulling them, they work around the clock. Thank you.
Yep, I think that's from everybody. Great job. Councilmember Johnson, your comments?
I'll go with the crowd, no comments.
Okay, wonderful.
I did want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Garamella for his coordination of those efforts on the Sri Lanka team. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you all for attending this meeting of the Morrisville Town Council. We hope you plan to join us again. Please feel free to email your town council members at towncouncil@morrisvillenc.gov or visit www.morrisvillenc.gov/council for additional contact information. Is there a motion and a second to adjourn? Motion from Councilmember Rabati, a second from Mayor Pro Tem Garamella. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries 6-0 unanimously. Thank you all very much.